Happy Monday. I'm going to try to wipe this off. It feels blurry. That feels better. Yeah, babe. I love that for you. Good morning, folks. Happy Monday to you. I don't know that Happy Monday is the right terminology, but we're going to rock with it and just get going. What's up, Jay Nice? Hey, David. Good to see you this morning. Good morning, Manny. Hey, Alice. Good morning, folks. Glad to see you guys rolling in here. If you are watching me anywhere other than the tick of the talk, make sure that you say hello so that I can greet you, okay? What, baby? Let me see. Oh, it's like a scary clowns.
I know.
Okay, you got it. What's up, Conchita? What's up, Black Nine? You're not the first one. I think David was actually the first. Hey, MG Brock, Eric, Max, Lonnie, good to see you. What's up, Smoke? Hey, Alice. Hope everybody is doing well. Good morning, Rocky Dean. Good morning, Chris. Good to see you. Hey, Penny. What's up, Andy? Jamaican Beauty. Good morning, Win Dixie and Blue Honey Pot and Carla and Penny GF and Ash and Big Daddy Thee, and it's going really fast. So I don't know if I got everybody or not. But good morning, everyone. We got a lot going on. So Manny, if you'll do me a favor and just not type in all caps, please. If you see up here, I just have 4 really small guidelines and asks. I reserve all caps for my folks that are moderators, and I have some folks that are vision impaired. So just be respectful to those people and don't use all caps. And that would be fantastic. Good morning, Michael. Good to see you over there. Good morning, Grand Duchess. Good morning, Katz and Carla and Brandy and Auntie Tinker. Good morning, Jersey. What's up, Brandy? Glad to see everybody. Hey, Red Hot. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about today, as you all can imagine. Well, thank you. I'm glad I'm somebody's sugar to the coffee. Good morning, Cam. I was going to go live yesterday, and by the time I finished doing graphics and things for Thursday, I just crashed. I literally was like laying there and just crashed. So yeah, it did not happen last night. Good morning, Angie. Yeah. So hey, Scotty, good to see you. Carmen. Hey, Amy. What's up, people? Tam Bam, good to see y'all coming in here. So we do have a lot to talk about, and so things that I want to make sure that I don't forget. Okay, so if anybody is, and I'm going to write them down as I'm talking. Hey, Alice Shack Shack. Sometimes writing them down doesn't even help because I still get like squirrel, right? But I'm going to try it right now and see if that works. So things that I want to make sure that I talk about. We have to talk about the President of the United States, and we have to talk about several things related to it, right? So that's obvious. Got it, Cheryl. Sounds great. But we also need to talk about Iran. Hey, Lucretia, good to see you. We do have to talk about Iran. We have to talk about Israel. We have to talk about Lebanon. We do have to talk about another statement coming out from the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Association. We do have to have another conversation about that because they issued another thing. We need to talk about, war crimes and what that looks like. We have to talk about Gaza and Palestine. We do need to talk about the statement from Hamas. And I'm not writing any of this down as I'm talking. I said I was going to write it down, and I haven't started writing anything down yet. That's the first one that I might forget. So let me do. Hey, James, good to see you. Yeah, y'all, I have got so much going on. What's up, Shantae? Good morning. Oh, thank you. So Shantae, I need to chat with you because you are in Charlotte, I believe, and I want to see if you are working on Saturday or not. And maybe I'll pick a different day, but we'll see. I'll get with you, Shantae. What's up? Good morning, Find Out. Hey, Rebel. What's up, Rudin? Listen, hey, good morning, James. See you over there on the Book of Faces. Yes, baby. Let me see. Super. Oh, yeah, that is good. That's a good one. Good job, sissy. Okay, so listen, Oh my God. We just got a lot. Yeah, listen, because let me tell you about why we were still in bandana mode. Because this weekend I was like, oh, I'm gonna cut my hair, I'm gonna color my hair, I need to do all the things. I got none of those things done. Not a one of those things done. I did wash it, but that is as far as we got in that entire process. Because I had to put, candy in plastic Easter eggs and toys and Easter eggs and, do Easter baskets. And then I did at least 200 graphics over this weekend, which was a lot. Good morning, Mohammed Solomon. Hey, Rosalind, good to see you. And then, of course, they're still keeping up with the news and all of that. And then I still had the grandbabies all weekend. So, it just, life be lifing. And to be quite frank, I always am at the short end of that stick. Like if it pertains to me and I don't get to it, that's fine. Good morning, Beach Bum Wannabe. Yvette, I don't know. But yeah, we definitely have a lot to chat about today. But I want to start off, and we have to start off, I think, talking about this post from the President of the United States over the weekend. And one of the things that I think is really important when we have this conversation is to keep it into the context of who's actually making the post. Yeah, so red hot. I let the kids vote because we had rain all day yesterday. And I said, well, do you guys want to do an Easter egg hunt in the house or do you want to wait until tomorrow? And so they were mixed votes and we just ended up waiting until today. So we'll do that later on this afternoon. Good morning, Sharon. Good morning, Ada and Yvonne. You did the house. Yeah. So Bella wanted to do the house. Dominic didn't want to do the house. And it just ended up being what it is. So yeah, so I just placated them with candy and we'll do it today. You know what I mean? Good morning, Ageless. Okay, so you did yours in the house too. See, that was my vote, but Bella was like, it was Dominic. He was like, no, I want to do it outside and da 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 da. And we'll just see. Okay, so a couple of things. If you are new to my live and you have never been in this space, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat for me. If you are new to me and you have never been in my lives before, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat. That would be fantastic. Yes, this is specifically from his Truth Social, and I took this screenshot. So it is in fact very real. Okay, great. So for all of you new people, welcome. I am glad that you are here. Very grateful that you all are here. And I'm going to just give you some guidelines that I use for my space. So the very first thing that I ask for in my space is for people to just be respectful. I just think basic decorum and respect is great in any environment, right? So that's the first one. Number 2 is don't use slurs of any kind. Good morning, Georgia. If you use slurs, you will immediately be muted and booted from my space because I don't get down like that. And I don't care what side of the quote unquote aisle you believe yourself to be on. If you're using slurs, you will get booted from my space. Number 3, don't spam the comments. So if you've got something that you want to say it. Don't repeat yourself 4 and 5 and 6 times because it's not productive and the algorithm doesn't like it. And then the last one is do not type in all caps. And the reason for that is because all caps are reserved for my moderators, and I have some folks that are vision impaired. So just be respectful of those folks. What's up, Mindy B? Good to see you. So those are the 4 things. And as long as you can do those 4 things, we will get along just fine, even if we disagree. Yeah, Jamie, everything's been good. I worked most of the time. So if you're good with that, then yay, then you're welcome here and everything is great, right? Other than that, I'll deal with you appropriately when that time arises, okay? So Benjamin, I think you've said that twice already, and I just ask you not to spam the comments, right? So that means don't say the same thing over and over again, right? So nobody in here needs to know that you don't have respect for human life. No one needs to know that, sir. Why are you in here? I don't think that we care. Yeah, Jacob, this is not a hat today. This is called bandana because I did not get around to coloring my hair this weekend and just need to go ahead and continue to get work done. Okay. Yeah. So folks, listen, this is not your normal like debate me, bro, prove me wrong kind of space, right? This is not one of those spaces. And so, if that's the kind of room that you're used to, I recommend just go ahead and swiping out and finding yourself somewhere else to exist. So like it's just that simple. So if you like to be a disrespectful, childish person, then feel free to go somewhere else. We like to have like adult, meaningful conversation that has purpose in life. So if that suits you, then you are welcome to be here. But I want to say something. So a lot of the comments that I have heard around this Truth Social post that the President of the United States put out, I just literally gave the instructions 3 times. So you'll just be blocked as soon as I get, okay. So listen, a lot of the things that I heard, comments that I heard over the weekend after the President of the United States put this post out yesterday was, oh my gosh, your president has gone crazy. Oh my gosh, we need to invoke the 25th. Oh my gosh, he's crazy. Oh my gosh, whatever. And I want to be clear about something, you all. The President of the United States has not gone crazy. He has not, quote unquote, lost his mind. He is the same individual that he has been for his entire life. He's the same individual that he was during the first administration. He is the same individual that he was on January 6, 2021. And I think what happens is we automatically say things like, oh my God, he's crazy. No, he's not. He's not crazy, right? He may have many other mental health issues, but he's not crazy. He is the same person that he has always been. Okay. And it's really important to remember that the only thing that has changed about his administration this year is all of the individuals that used to be in the White House that were traditional career professionals. They are not there this time. They are not in the White House. They are not in the administration. They are not in the cabinet this time. Yeah, baby. The theme is, chefs and bakers, people that cook in the kitchen. You know how they wear their chef's hats and their aprons? That's what it is. Here, let me show you. Hold on, babies. Yeah, y'all know that my grandbabies are here, bakers and chefs. Ooh. Okay, so look, let me show you this. See? Like that. You got it? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Okay, so so she's playing a game and they give a theme, and so she needs to know like how like if she sees a theme and she's like, I don't really know what this is. What is it? Okay, so anyway, the things that are really important, folks. So the things that is different between the Trump administration this year and the Trump administration in 2020 and 2021 is in 2020, in 2019, and in 2021, we had individuals that were in the White House that provided guardrails. They might have been limited guardrails, but they were guardrails, right? You had people in the Oval Office that when all else failed, they could call Ivanka. And they could get Ivanka to go in and to reason with him and to rationalize with him, or they could go get Eric Hirschman or whatever. Those people do not exist in this administration. If you can remember that if you can remember in 2021, when they were talking about banning Sidney Powell and the My Pillow guy, and the Mr. Overstock man, if you can remember when they were talking about banning those people from the White House because they were crazy and getting him and talking to him about doing things that were unconstitutional. Those people no longer exist. So there are no guardrails anymore. And I think that this is something that people really need to sit with and understand. Yeah, Ivanka said, I'm not doing this shit again. Real talk. Good morning, Chef Ryan. Okay. And so it is important that people just don't blow this off. Don't chalk this up to, oh my God, he's crazy. No, he's not. He is not crazy. This is the same behavior he has had his entire existence. And I don't think that he's even worse than before. I think he's exactly who he was. Just last time, there were people that were like, sir, give me your fucking phone. There were people that last time said, do not let his ass get on the internet. Right. And he's not crazy, Polly, and he's not been crazy. So let me just say this, folks. He might be, so in my opinion, and this is a personal opinion, I am not diagnosing the president of the United States in any way, shape, or form. Okay. But the individual that I see as the president of the United States, he might have sociopathic tendencies and narcissistic characteristics. That does not make him crazy. And crazy is a very different thing than any of those things. And it's really important that we make those distinctions, okay? Because that's just who he's been. Hey, Angela, good to see you. And so one of the things that people need to come to terms with that but you say it's semantics, but it does matter. And I'll tell you why it matters is because when you just say, oh, that person's crazy, we are desensitized to that word. We just blame it on, oh, well, they're crazy. He's not. He has the ability to understand, right? What I also think is that the people around him are not giving him all of the accurate information, right? There are people that are just not doing that. He is getting glossed over information, right? How many of you all are aware of the interview that happened yesterday, where he was talking about the Iranian protesters in December? How many of you guys heard that conversation yesterday? Yeah. I mean, no. Okay. So let me just share it with you. Okay. So check this out. So yesterday, Trey Yingst was on Fox News, and he was on a Sunday morning phone interview yesterday. And I'm going to tell you what was said. Okay. He said, quote, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He told me, quote, we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them to the Kurds. We sent the guns to the protesters, a lot of them. Now, let me just say this. Okay, if that is in fact true, this will be the second time that the United States of America has attempted to have a coup take place in the state of Iran. Okay, so we interfered in 1953, and according to this interview yesterday, oh my gosh. It appears that the president of the United States is saying that we did that again. Good morning, Sandra. And so that part's really important. You know, I think that people don't quite understand all of this. Yeah, Chef. And it's not just that Israel wanted this, but this was also something that the Saudis backed, right? This is something, so where we are today is we are there on behalf of Israel, and we are there on behalf of the Saudis, and we are there for everyone except the United States of America, right? And that's really important that people understand that we are not doing the bidding of what the American people desire, what benefits the country. There's nothing about this. This is of benefit to us, right? And so you want to think about how all of this plays out kind of long term for us. And this is the problem that that we are running into is nobody knows. Nobody knows. There is not an exit strategy for this war. There's not one. And even Tucker Carlson was talking about this. And Tucker Carlson said, hey, listen, I was going to go talk to the president, and I was going to ask him, why don't you just go ahead and call taking out the Ayatollah the win, and then just leave? Let that be the win, and then be done with it. And he was talking to someone within the administration, within the cabinet, and they said, don't bother. They said, don't bother even coming, because he's being shown. He posted that yesterday morning. Well, it is on his Truth Social. I took the screenshot myself. Like, what are you talking about? You all need help. You all really need help. Do you all understand that you need help, or no? You just want to say whatever? Is that it? I'm just curious. So I am currently right now on Truth Social, and I'm going to show you all something. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So I am right now on Truth Social, and I'm going to turn my camera around. You ready? This is Truth Social. As you can see, I'm literally there right now. And this is the post by the President of the United States made yesterday morning. See that? It's the same as the screenshot that I have on my background. So when you ask me, am I lying? The answer would be no. It's on his Truth Social right now. And it's been on his Truth Social since yesterday morning. So no, I'm not lying. It's what the president said. Right? So that's that. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to remain delusional, be my guest. Like, I don't expect much else from certain people. But well, the mention of Allah was to insult Muslims. Like, that was the mention of Allah was to insult Muslims. If you don't catch it, that was the sarcasm, right? Yeah, he said Tuesday at 8 p.m. I didn't even read the ad, Mindy, to be honest. Oh, good morning, Heidi and Ella. I missed a bunch of you guys coming in here. Marilyn and Vicky, good morning, everybody. So let me just, I am willing to bring people up to the panel to have a conversation about this. And I'm going to share this with you right before I bring anybody else up here to discuss things. Okay. This is a respectful conversation. This is how I do things. So if you come up on my panel and you act a fool, or you talk over me, or you do whatever, you're just going to be booted out. That is not called censorship. That's called a boundary. Okay. That's called a boundary. Okay. So just so everyone understands, if you don't have basic manners and you can't follow basic guidelines and you get your ass booted, that is not on me. That would be on you. Okay. It's just like if I say, yes, you can come in my house, but don't put your feet up on my table, and you put your feet on my table and I kick your ass out. It's that simple. So I don't want to hear anything about, oh, you're fascist. There's no free speech. No, there is free speech. There's also consequences for your speech. So try to act like somebody taught you manners, or you learned them at some point in your life. That's it. That's not hard. That's not difficult, people. Okay. It's not difficult. So when I bring you up on this panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. Put yourself on mute until I get to you. Appreciate it. It says waiting for the guests to join. Well, it looks like I don't know what happened. So there was Jackson, somebody, and there was Unk, and I accepted both of you, and then neither one of you joined. What's up, boss lady? Well, no, Letty, here, I'll give you a direct invitation yourself. Here, I literally just invited you directly, Letty. Good morning, Nikki. Hey, Toop, good to see you. Thanks, Carla. Letty, where are you? Yeah, no, Letty? Letty said it. I wanted to stay in my echo chamber. And so I just invited her to join the panel. But it doesn't look like she's found her way here. I don't know why that's difficult. Why is that difficult? Oops, Carla, I hit you by accident, girl. It shifted. Sorry.
That's good. I just wanted to test anyway. So,
Okay.
yes, it's working.
Okay.
So they can come to the panel if they want to.
Thank you. I was like, girl, how my finger did that. Okay. So, right. Whoopsie. Yeah, y'all know they shift sometimes when you open the box up. So, yeah, see, that was another one I just did. I literally just did El Pookie, and El Pookie didn't come up. Good morning, Rhonda. Yeah. Okay. So apparently there's nobody in there that wants to have a conversation. They just like to talk in the chat. Cool. Either that or they're not real people. One of the two. Because we do have lots of bots these days, right? So it's difficult that's why I invite everyone up, right? Because if you're a bot, you won't make it up. If you're a real person, then you have the ability to come up. Now, I know for a fact Unk is a real person. Like, I know that to be a fact, but I don't, the other people I don't know. Right. Yeah. So, yeah, Tracy, it's difficult to know. Yes. Invisible string, Palestine is still being attacked a lot. Yeah. So, MAGA Boy Wonder, it's not fake. I literally just showed it everybody on Truth Social. Like, I went to Truth Social and showed it to everybody in real time. It's not fake. But try again. Try again. It's on Truth Social, bro. Listen to comprehend, not to respond. I didn't say Twitter. I said Truth Social. I'm not talking to MAGA Boy anymore. He said, what is Truth Social? Everyone knows that that's the president's social media platform. So anyway, good morning, Sammy J. Listen, Sammy J. Farrah needs you to hurry up and join Project for the People. So she's not the only one in Kansas. I think there's 2 other people now. Her, one other person, and then we need you, so that there's 3. What's up, Judo? Good to see you. So yeah, I don't know. No, becoming. He has not converted. That was his sarcasm to Muslims. That was an insult, is what that was, to Muslims. Yeah, that's what that was. Just so everybody, is aware. Will I be watching TBS for what? For what? Gosh, the things are going. Oh, will I be watching the 1 p.m. press conference tomorrow? No. No, I don't tend to watch. So listen, good morning, Mom. I don't tend to watch the press conferences that the President of the United States, right? I don't tend to watch his press conferences mostly because they're not factually accurate. They tend to contradict things that he's just already said, and there doesn't seem to be any value in them, to be honest. right? So if I thought the president of the United States was going to tell me something pertinent, something that was meaningful, something that, was going to be, beneficial for me, then I would know. But no, he's not. So no, I won't be watching. It's just one of those things I won't. But things that I wanted to point out and talk about this. So one of the things that I saw yesterday, looking at, yeah, I've seen how much his family has invested in drones. I have. I've also seen the amount of money that Jared has gotten the Saudis to invest in his business. I've seen all of those things, right? But I want to go back and talk about this post by the president of the United States. And one of the things that I think is interesting to see is, so yesterday on Truth Social, I literally went to the post itself, and then I clicked so that I could see the replies and the comments on the post. And it was interesting that, while there were a few people that were like, hey, this language is like wild, right? There were other people that were like, oh, this kind of sarcasm, I'm here for it. Or this version of Trump, this FAFO version of Trump, I'm here for it. And, the thing that I find interesting is how flexible people seem to be in their in their Christian values. Right? It is wild to me to see the differences and the flexibility and the fluidness of Christian values in the United States of America, specifically within the Republican Party and the MAGA movement, right? And so I think it's just, so Georgia, I don't know if he was in the hospital or not. I do know that there were things that happened that were questionable, and people were saying, yes, he was, and the White House denied it. I don't know if he was or if he wasn't. To be frank, I don't know that I care if he was or if he wasn't in the hospital, more than I care whether or not the government was willing to say that he was or he wasn't in the hospital, right? So I'm aware that some roads were blocked off and airspace was shut off and things like that, but I don't know. Well, so King Manners, you can say Trump is not a Christian, but I'm talking about the people that profess to be Christians that support him. And you'll say, oh, well, they're not real Christians. And here's what I would say is they are the loudest Christians in this country. They are the loudest representation of Christianity in this country. I don't see mega pastors using their platforms to denounce this form of Christianity. I don't see pastors with huge platforms, and I don't even see pastors in small towns and rural commercial and in rural communities where they are predominantly conservative also denouncing this form. As a matter of fact, I know pastors who were at January 6th and called it this beautiful, peaceful blessing from God. So what I'm saying to you is I do not see a large segment of the Christian representation in this country denouncing this form of Christianity. Right? So when people tell me that he's not really Christian, or the people who support him aren't really Christian, I would say, really? I'm not sure that I believe that, because I don't know what that means to be quote unquote really Christian. Right, Sandra. Well, Billy Graham's son, do we want to talk about Franklin? Really? I don't know that we want to talk about Franklin, because Franklin got to be worried about his own plank in his eye before he talks about anybody else's spec. Okay. You want to use this one for now? Okay. So I'm just saying, we all know how Franklin gets down on his boats and all the things. We know, right? I'm just saying. So, again, I still don't see anybody that's got anything to say. Y'all this is why I'm not wasting time addressing some of the folks in the comments. because all they're going to do is sit in the comments and yippity yip yip yip, but they're not requesting to come up to the panel. That's the thing, right? They're not requesting to come up to the panel. Well, Dani, feel free to come on. You said you wish you could hop in and say what you want to say. I just sent you an invitation. Good morning, Dani. How are you?
I didn't see a request anywhere on the actual live. Am I in? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, no, there's always a blue and pink people down at the bottom. So yeah, you can always request.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks different than it used to, because it used to be like a little box, I think. But I've never seen it where you have to do the
right there,
little blue and pink people.
Right
but hi, I'm Dani. I'm from Alabama. I'm a blue dot in a red state.
Oh, I might have to get you some.
And I just wanted to touch on some of the things that you said. That about the Christian values and everything. So the followers of Tangerine Palpatine, they don't really actually care about the Christian values, and that is a big issue about the Bible Belt and living in a place in this country where it's very overrun by like a church going community, because that is a major problem, especially in the Baptist churches, is the level of hypocrisy and the level of just, you okay? I'm sorry, my son just scratched his head on my necklace. But just the level of hypocrisy and the level of just do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that these people that say like, oh, well, I'm a good American Christian and that's why I support Trump. And then you bring up all the things that he has done that definitely do not align with, you know, real Christian values and the teachings of Jesus and how Jesus was and how Jesus behaved. They keep their mouth shut and they have nothing to say because they don't really care if he follows teachings of Jesus or if he follows this or that. All they care about is keeping the white man in charge and keeping the minorities, quote unquote, where they believe they belong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keeping them under the boot, keeping them as far away from, I mean, because Obama for them was like the worst thing that could have ever happened to this country. You know, like, I mean, it's insane. The backlash that we witnessed happen when Obama was president and how badly they spoke about the president. But now that we say these things about Trump that we say, they're like, you know, why are you saying this? This is your president too. You know, like, I mean, it's just as long as, like, I mean, it's ridiculous. And like, I can't even, it's hard for me to try and make sense of it because I am a history major. I am from Alabama. I grew up around Republicans. I grew up around Democrats. I grew up around, you know, this whole thing. And I grew up in a time where people really didn't talk about, you know, what political party they were. It was kind of like a, we don't really care kind of thing. You know, we vote who we vote for, but we're still, you know, able to be friends and able to, you know, talk and everything. But now it's gone so much further than just political beliefs, because your political beliefs affect people's livelihood. Your political beliefs affect people's humanity and human rights. So it's just, I hate it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think one of the struggles that I have also being raised in the South and being raised, you know, in the church is when people say that. So for me, I think there's a difference. I think that there's a difference in Christianity, the religion that people follow, and being a Christian and being a Christian, being a follower of Christ.
Yeah.
I think that Christianity, the religion that was made by mankind, that has been turned into a business where they literally fill out business paperwork to become a nonprofit, to not be able to pay taxes, to do like it's a business, and they run churches as a business, right? And I think that that is very different than being someone that follows the teachings of Christ. And so, because here's the thing, if you are following the actual teachings of Jesus Christ, you're following many of the same teachings of Islam. You're following many of the same teachings that exist within Buddhism, even though it's a practice, not a religion. You're following some of the same teachings that are in, you know, almost all of the mainstream religions. Their prophets, their masters, their teachers, they all taught pretty much the same gist of it, right? Right. And so for me, when people say they're not real Christians, or they don't really practice Christianity, I think they do, because in the history of the world, Christianity has been used in this form, right? The religion has been used to control. The religion has been used to cause harm.
The religion has been used to control. And that's like one of my biggest points. That's why I don't go to church. That's why I'm not what I would consider a Christian, but I do believe in Jesus and I do believe in God, but I don't follow, you know, the Christian teachings, and I do not go to church because they have turned it into and it's been this way for like centuries, because it started when the Catholic Church basically started using the teachings as to tell the peasants and everything that, you know, because you can't read the Bible, these are your rules that we give you that you have to follow, that was actually never really in the Bible, but because you can't read, this is how we're going to control you. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. I just, everybody's got something to say. And folks, if you want to join the conversation, then you are free to request up. But I think that, so it's very interesting how people get caught up in conversations around religion. And like somebody in the chat just goes, wait, are you all denouncing religion for Trump? So let me just be clear. Denouncing religion has nothing to do with God. Denouncing religion has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with faith. It has nothing to do with your soul or your spirit. Denouncing religion is understanding that religions are made by mankind, right? And to be specific, religions are made by men. And when you look at history, factual history, and you understand how religion has been used, right? Then you get it. You understand that whatever somebody's opinion is about religion, or whatever my opinion is about a particular religion has nothing to do with how I might feel about Jesus, how I might feel about God, how I might feel about Buddha, Allah, because y'all know Allah just means God, right? But anyway, like it doesn't, none of those things, they're not connected together. And so this is why so many people are having difficulty navigating the space that we are in right now, because too many folks have gotten to this place. Yeah, I know, Relish. So I'm just naming all the things that people normally say. But so to understand that navigating the space that we are in now, if you haven't worked out
denouncing organized religion is not denouncing spirituality. That is exactly correct.
Correct.
Because when we quote unquote denounce religion, we're not denouncing Christianity. We're not denouncing, you know, any facet of religion. We're denouncing the use of that religion to control people that don't know any better.
Yes, 100%.
We're denouncing the idea of using religion and using deities to control populations.
100%. So it's funny because I had somebody that joined the panel the other day and was upset about the way that I was talking about Christianity and how it is being used and whatever. So let me just, and first of all, because you are in Alabama, we need some more Alabamans. Stick around, listen to me. If you like what I have to say, I would ask you to do this before you decide anything else. Go to my YouTube. I have a webinar that is up called Project for the People. We're meeting again this Thursday. We're actually doing like real stuff to help change things, but watch the webinar on YouTube, see what it's all about. If you want to join it, there's a link in my link tree and it's at the very top because we need more Alabama people. But anyway, okay. So, so let me just say this, folks. Okay. So there was somebody that was on my panel the other day that was talking, and they didn't like the way that I was referencing religion and was talking about what's the first commandment? And I said, well, the greatest commandment is to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And the second part of that scripture says, on all other laws and on all other prophets, hang on these two, right? So if you want to sum up being a follower of Christ and what that means at its core, it is to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, with all thy soul, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And if you have not mastered those two things, you got no business spreading the gospel anywhere because you're not equipped. You don't need to be on no mission trip. You don't need to be out you're trying to nope, manifest destiny is not for you because you are not equipped. You haven't mastered the basics.
Yes, and that's one of the major things with today's Christians and today's society is they love to cherry pick what they want to follow from the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They love to say, oh, you can't be gay. It says it in the Bible. Oh, you can't do this. It says it in the Bible, but I can have tattoos.
Yes.
But I can get a divorce.
Yeah.
But I can, this and, all of these different things. I mean, it's just...
Yes. I believe so. It's really interesting because so the actual word homosexual didn't occur in the Bible until a specific translation in 1946. but people want to make an argument about that, and so it's just that. So for me, I boil it down: God is love and love is God. And if it comes from love, that means it comes from God. If it doesn't come from love, it ain't God.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. And, I talk to people about this a lot. And this is the issue that I have with, so in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I believe that the United States of America has gotten where we are today following two main roads. In terms of our American politics. And I believe that to be religion and racism, right? And there's lots of points of intersection when we get into sexism and homophobia and all of those things, right? But I think racism and religion are the two roads that got us here, because the religion, those are the two things that are manipulating, that they use to manipulate people, right? But where we are today and the issue that we have in Congress and in our administration comes down to three main things. And that would be white nationalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism. It's those three things that are prevalent in our Congress and that are present in our government that are taking us down the path that we're in now, including into Iran.
Yep.
So people don't have to like that, but those are just simply facts. And the verbiage is there. California dude, if you think I'm lost, come help me get found. Come on up to the panel and let's see if you can help me get found.
Look, Dani, I gotta go because my 18-month-old is wanting to take a nap. So
yeah, no worries. I appreciate you. Hope you come back and hope the baby has a good nap.
It was great talking. Thank
yeah,
you
too. All right.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah. So, yeah, Haley, it is. It is over there. The Tube of You in the Book of Faces is a lot less overly stimulating than here. All right, so folks, when I bring you up to the panel, do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I get to you. Frostinian, can you share with me where you're from? Because I'm not sure, and what you want to talk about. Give me 1 second. Woo! Let's see what we got happening here. Okay. All right. So I'm going to good morning, Scott. Okay. I'm glad you're getting over the loss yesterday. Yeah, TikTok is a lot today, Haley. So take a deep breath over there on YouTube. Love that for you. Okay. So if you're watching on Substack, I can't see your comments. I wish that I could, but the two systems don't talk to each other. And in order for me to share my screen with you and all that stuff, I have to use this platform. So just know that I can't see your comments. Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. How are you? All right. So good morning, Dani. What you got to say?
Good morning, Dani. How are you?
I am just fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. It was great listening to the other Dani. I think her last name is Pierce. And I was like, oh man, Dani should let me up so we can have a Dani moment. And so the thing that I want to add to it, and I think I've discussed it before, in the history of this country, and when we look at it, we're talking about our President Trump. But Trump is a continuation of an ideology that has always sought the subjugation of Black people and people of color. And if you're a true student of history, you can study this. It doesn't matter what political name they use. If it's the conservative ideology, it has always sought to control out of fear and intimidation those who are different from the typical white people. At one point, the conservatives were Democrats, Southern Democrats, and that's of course Jim Crow. Now, here's the funny thing: if you go into history, you'll find that Jim Crow was really created directly and indirectly by both progressive and conservatives of 1877 out of the Electoral College situation with Rutherford B. Hayes, which was the progressive Republican, because the Republican Party was created in 1854 to be progressive abolitionists against the conservatives of the South, which were the Democrats. And after the Democrats lost the so-called Civil War, which it was never a civil war, it was just treason against the United States by the Confederates. When they lost the Civil War, they created this system of subjugation, created a continuation called Jim Crow as a result of the Compromise of 1877, when Samuel J. Tilden was the Southern conservative running up against Rutherford B. Hayes, and he was winning. I mean, Rutherford B. Hayes was winning, but the South said, in order for us to give you our Electoral College votes, you got to give us four things. Y'all decimated our economy in the so-called Civil War, so you got to rebuild our economy by giving us industrialization. You got to build a major railroad in the South. You got to remove your Northern Yankee Union troops out of the South, protecting the rights of 3 million free people. And here's the big one. You cannot interfere with how we treat our 3 to 4 million recently freed Black citizens. And the progressive Republicans agreed to it. So they combined together, created this system called Jim Crow. Mm-hmm. And it's ironic, in 1868, the U.S. Supreme Court decided that Black people are citizens. As the creation of the 14th Amendment, when you remember that the Dred Scott case, I think it was 1859 or 57, stated that black people could not bring white people to court because black people were not citizens and they were deemed property. They were not citizens of the United States as the original intent of the Constitution framers, founding fathers intended. So it was 1868 that black people were officially deemed citizens of this country. But get this. Jim Crow didn't pay attention to the 14th Amendment, and black subjugation continued all throughout afterwards, up until the 1960s and early 70s. My point is this. Trump is a continuation of the hierarchy of race as practiced by the conservative ideology. Black people has always been at the bottom of the proving that we are Americans. We fought in every military campaign to defend this nation, but yet we never were given the freedom and the privilege of being deemed Americans. And see, this is the problem that we as a country, we need to open our eyes and see. And people, listen, the Ku Klux Klan used Christianity.
Yes. Well, you just muted yourself. I think somebody called you.
Yeah, I had to get off of it. Because I really need to say this. Christianity is, as you said, is far different from the teachings and the faith itself of Christianity and how it has been contaminated by people. And not only Christianity, but Islam, because Arabs contaminated Islam by bringing blacks into slavery and convert or die or unalive. I'm sorry. The religion, as contaminated by man, has always been used as a crutch to destroy humanity.
I think what we want to say is that the teachings have been contaminated by men, by the creation of religion that has been manipulated to fit the needs of men, whatever that might be in that moment, right? So it's not that Arabs, for example, contaminated Islam. It's contaminating the original teachings. And there are always going to be people that do that because that's who they are.
Yeah, and one of the sad things about it is that we can. I'm a believer. I'm a believer, what you would call a Christian. However, I don't like the westernized version. I've learned a lot, and so the westernized version kind of like really rubs me wrong. But there's a scriptural verse that says, "Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that need not be ashamed, but rightly dividing the word of truth." And the problem with the social institution of Christianity is that people assume because you go to church, you're good, and you're not. The most harm comes from the physical building called church. And so you made reference to the homosexual thing, and translations. I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. Please look at this, please. Translations do more harm than a little bit when you don't know the original intent and the original language of the scriptures. I don't have to put the word. If I believe the Bible, I don't have to specify what we call homosexuality as any different than I would that a single man having relations with a single woman. It's called fornication. But we subgroup it and we call it something else. Okay. I tell every person now, because I understand what it's saying about the so-called sexual sins. You cannot judge a person that's engaged in same sex. If you are going home, you sleeping with some woman, mister. You sleeping with some woman who is not your wife and you're not married. That's a sexual sin called fornication. If we go with the original definition of what is said in the word, the only acceptable sexual relationship is the procreated marriage of man and woman. Anything outside of that is, according to scriptures, a sexual sin. So we cannot call the the same-sex people sinful, and then we go home and we got babies by 2 and 3 different women, or women got 2 and 3 boyfriends. Come on, man, check yourself before you wreck yourself, as the rap song used to say. So I'll say that, and I'm gonna drop that. I had to get that off my chest. You know I love you. You know I love myself some Dani. I love what you stand for. You are awesome. And I just challenge people. And Danny Pierce said it real good. Let me say this. Danny Pierce called Trump the tangerine Palpatine. Now that's telling my age. Now I'm 58 and I grew up a fan of Star Wars. And if you know anything about Palpatine, Palpatine played himself as a good guy, a good politician, until he became or unmasked himself to reveal himself as the evil Sith Lord that was trying to destroy everything. He was the Sith Lord Palpatine. And so that's, to me, that is Trump. He played himself as a good guy until the politics unmasked him. And now he's showing his true self. And he has a cabinet of equally evil people. I think the guy's name is Stephen Miller.
Stephen.
Stephen Miller, the Heritage Foundation. Why do you think this Pete Hexis, or whatever his name is, and the shapeshifter? What's the vice president name? J.D. Vance?
Yeah.
The shapeshifter?
Not the shapeshifter.
He'd become anything he needs to be.
I do know that. I know. So will Usher, though.
Shapeshifter.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, if you are a true American patriot and a true American citizen, then, excuse my language, damn it, stand up and open your mouth and stand for the rights of all American citizens. And that's the one thing that the conservative refuses to do, and has always refused to do, is to honor the equal rights of all American citizens and think that only they have the right to have equality.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming through, Danny Clay, as always. I think he was in preacher mode. You still think it's Sunday, but that's all right. I appreciate you. You have a great one.
I just tell my truth.
I know it. You come on back, though. Appreciate you.
I love you, Dani.
Thank you. All right. So listen, so I saw a couple of people in the chat going, that post is fake. The president didn't say that. He don't even use that language, which, by the way, the president of the United States been cussing his whole ass life, y'all. But anyway, this is me logging on to Truth Social just for y'all so that you can see that I am on the president's page, and I am scrolling down to yesterday morning, and this is it right here. This is it. And so as you can see, this would be for real on his page in real time, people, in real time. So yeah, I think about 100 bots left the room as soon as that shit came up. Did you see it, y'all? About 100 people left the room as soon as I pulled this up. So just wanted to throw that in there for y'all. Just wanted to give you a little bit of evidence, so y'all can stop just trying to be ridiculous in the comments. But you know what tickled me after this was after he did this post. Hold on, let me show it to y'all over here. So after he did this post right here, so he does all this, the F-bomb and all of that, and calling them crazy bastards and all of that, and then mocking Islam, praise be to Allah. Then he turns around to try to make everything better. Good morning, Gloria. Good morning, Mary Esther. Then he turns around and then does this. Y'all, look, talk about she's amazing. Vanessa is amazing because she paints this picture of Jesus. This is what he tried to do afterwards. He figured, let me put up some Jesus real quick and see if that fixes everything. Just right here. After I dropped all this right here and threatened to commit all kinds of war crimes, and I mocked God, because y'all know Allah means God. I'm just saying. Then he said, let me put up a picture of somebody painting Jesus real quick. Let me do that. That's the president of the United States, y'all. That is the president of the United States. So I just want to, this one of the reasons why I had it pulled up this morning is because I wanted to make sure that, so even though I had it from other people posting it, I literally went to Truth Social myself to take the screenshot to put it up because I wanted to see it for myself and show you all that I have seen it. It is real. It is on his page. So just so everybody is clear about that. But yeah, before I introduce Alan Boy and let him get into this conversation, it's just, yeah, it's still there. I just showed you in real time. So just so everyone understands though, he is not crazy. He is not crazy. He might be a sociopath. He might have narcissistic tendencies. He might have all of those things, right? But he is not crazy. This is literally this is who he's always been. And for people who do not understand, it is 100% a big deal that the president of the United States of America is openly threatening war crimes repeatedly. It matters that the president of the United States is moving deadlines and dates and scheduling press conferences right in line with the stock market. It matters. It matters that the president of the United States did an interview yesterday that they talked about on Fox News when he said, yeah, we were arming the protesters in Iran. All of that matters, folks. All of that is relevant. And it is relevant that the president of the United States would even give an interview to say that we were arming protesters trying to overthrow a regime. It matters, right? So anyway, what's up, Island Boy? How are you this morning?
Oh, good morning. Much to talk about.
There is a lot to talk about.
Everybody. Oh, my goodness. Just want to respond to your guy, Dani. Yeah. Remember this one phrase, which is the collective subconscious that I like to say, I've said so over and over again, that a lot of YT people have. YT people across the board, even though you're liberal, whatever, search yourself. We used to own you people.
Oh, Lord. You really good? We're going to go all the way there today? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. There's a collective subconscious. We used to own you people, meaning, how dare you think that you deserve parity? You deserve to look us in the eye as equals. That explains why there's a collective uproar for whenever anything is perceived to be for Black people in this country. It's like they don't have a huge problem they give reparations to the Japanese that were interned here. They have no problem supporting reparative efforts for Holocaust survivors. They have no problem with that. They have no problem supporting even like you haven't seen David Blum sue Latin American organizations that specifically do stuff for Latin American organizations. You don't have a problem with them suing Asian organizations that do stuff for Asian organizations. They sued, like David Blum is suing the CBC now. Saying, it's specifically Black people. They have a problem with that. It's like, we used to own you people. How dare you people think you deserve to look us in the face as equals?
Yeah.
That can't work.
Yeah.
And I know you roll your eyes because that's going to get a lot of people amped up because, I don't think, no, it's not something you could consciously think. That's the problem. That's the ingeniousness and the problem with this whole thing, what Dani's talking about, right? It's subconscious, it's subliminal. It's a subliminal driver that drives people to make political choices they do, to feel the way they do, right? Yeah. And it's why I was just talking to my wife about that the other day. It's why people seem nice, but then they make certain political choices, and you're like, what the hell? What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been dealing with that. I've known a lot of YT people at work and in my neighborhood and in other places. And we've gotten into, I'm like, you seem like such a nice person, you're a lovely person. How could you support that? Why would you vote for that? And then, no, it's not. I'm saying, no, but come on.
Yeah.
And it's something you cannot understand. It's something weird, but I'm telling you, I think it stems back to that. There's a subconscious ethos deep within the collective YT psyche, right? people. Okay, I mean this thing another disambiguation. There are people who are white, and there are people who are considered white. People who are considered white that don't think of themselves in that kind of way. They're just basically humanist, empathetic. They see each a black person, brown person, whatever, as another human being. So they don't subscribe even subconsciously to the whitey dictates, the white supremacist dictates. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But a collective amount of whitey people, majority of whitey people. So for those of you who say not all, listen to the English language. A majority of whitey people have this collective, autonomous, you hew to these white supremacist dictates subconsciously, deep within your subconscious. You're not even aware of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get programmed with it from birth. Because, like, I've seen already, my son is in preschool, and I'm seeing certain things already with the other whitey kids, things they've said to my son already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my older son has had too many instances to the point where we have to make it an issue. I've had to use my writing skills to write them very benign sounding but serious emails to the school administrator. Let them know, hey, y'all better handle this or else. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So I think at the core of it, to some rule back around, we used to own you people, and we cannot conscience that you, after centuries of us controlling your lives, you're going to come up and actually have an effect on our life, actually be in charge of us. That's why they flipped up with President Obama being president.
Yeah.
How can you? No, we can't have that.
Right.
You know? They changed the People's House to call it the Whitey House for a certain reason. They called it that because they wanted to preserve that collective socio-cultural hegemony in whitey people's minds. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my little soapbox. Dani got me. He got me going.
Well, so we were talking. I was on Itchy's panel yesterday. I don't oftentimes go on to other people's panels, but sometimes I will. And so I was on Itchy's panel yesterday.
I love seeing you when you do your thing. You're amazing. Can I say that again?
Well, thank you.
You're amazing. I've had other people say. They told me, yo, I heard you on Dani's show. I listen to her every day. I'm like, people tell me in real life, I heard you on Dani. When I 2 times I've been on here, they say, she's amazing. People are talking to me about you, bro.
That's crazy.
Saying, you're amazing.
Well, I appreciate
your
that.
reach is going far and wide.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really do. So I was on this panel yesterday with Itchy, and every now and again you will get people who identify themselves as groypers. Y'all know who that is, right?
Oh, yes.
Those are the folks that follow Nick Fuentes, and they have their own, you know what they believe, right? They believe in white supremacy. They do all that. They literally called a white woman on the panel, called her a mud shark, right? So yeah, so they were just going, and I kept saying to the black men running, why are you allowing them to be up here? You know what I mean? Like, why? Because I think they were trying to get it taken down, right? So anyway, but they kept saying things to try to provoke the black men to get angry, right? And so one of the boys went into the whole, because they literally started calling a few of the black men on the panel boy, right? Literally trying to get a rise out of them. And then talking about, we conquered you, all of that, right? The whole conquer thing. And it finally irritated me enough to where I came off mute. And it is not often that I will check people. But yesterday, because one of them was like, can I speak? Because we got rid of one of them and another one came and he was the other one's replacement. And I said, no, you may not speak because he is speaking. And until he fucking finishes speaking, you do not get to speak. Like, this is not your space, right? So anyway, so after they kept going for a minute, I finally stopped and I said, you know what? Let me just say this to you all. I said, you talk about you conquered Africa. You conquered the United States. You conquered. No, you didn't. Because what the boy had said was, well, you all left the door open. It's your fault. Right. And I said, no, let me just say something about this so that you all understand something. Okay. When I walk through my neighborhood, if my neighbor leaves the door open, I don't look to go in and steal from them. If my neighbor leaves their door open, their back door unlocked, I'm not looking at how I can take advantage of them. I'm not looking to go in and grape their wife or steal their children. I said, you are sitting up here trying to blame Africans and Native Americans for simply being good people. No, what does it say about you? That you are the type of person that thinks being humanitarian and being compassionate is a negative. What does it say about the type of people that you are? That's what you want to do. And I said, and by the way, you've never conquered shit, because if you had showed up to Africa saying we intend to take over you, you would have been met with a whole different thing. You didn't even do that with Native Americans. If Native Americans knew that you were coming to take their children and put them in boarding schools, they wouldn't have given you no blankets for the damn winter. They wouldn't have taught you how to make no crops. They would have never broken bread with you. But that's not what you did. You came in and said, oh, bless our hearts, we thought we was going to arrive here in spring. We got here in fucking winter. So we're going to steal your stash in the middle of the night while you sleep, right? Who do you have to be to write back home and ask for diseased blankets to give to people that are helping you? Let me just tell you something. You are not, listen, you will never, ever, ever convince me that being a human person, being a compassionate person is somehow my bad failing. No. What does it say about you that that's the kind of person you are? That's your ancestor, bro.
My lady.
Before you come up, listen.
Say that shit. Say that shit again for those in the back.
I'm just saying. I'm just like literally, I don't think that people really understand. That's not conquering. If you come up in my space and you are lost and you are helpless and I help you, and you are the kind of person that is looking to take advantage of that, and you use my willingness to help you to harm me, that does not say anything about me, but it says a whole hell of a lot about you. A whole hell of a lot about you.
Boy, Dani. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps listening to you, girl.
That was
you connected all kind of dots here that I don't think people realize. There's a whole world that you just connected. You just connected literally hundreds of years of history in your little rant. In like everything she said, everybody, everything she said, they're 100% true, and I can list off books on top of books on top of books on top of publications that verify every single word that she said.
100%. You can literally read the letter that he wrote home. You can read the letter. There is a letter that shows that he wrote the letter and asked for the diseased blankets to give to the Native Americans. Do y'all realize, like real talk? Do y'all understand how many tribes there were? Do you understand how many people were here? Had the Native Americans known what the intent was, right? They would have let them jokers starve that first fucking winter, right?
Or,
Listen.
Maybe the moment they landed, they would have dealt with them. Okay?
Right. That's the whole point, right? And so
right?
That's my...
And this goes back to another thing. They did the same tactics when they went into Africa as well, guys.
Right.
Just so you know, guys. They insinuated themselves into the cracks, into the long running. There's always tensions within societies, within civilizations. They did that. But then they did the same thing there too. And a lot of times what they did, they insinuate themselves, they for quite a few years, and then they use the kindness of the people. Yeah. They use against them, and they justified that. Again, this goes back to religion again. What Dani was talking about. They used the Bible to justify all the cruelty that you just spoke about.
Every bit of it.
They used the Bible to justify every bit of it, and Dani says he's Christian. He's a believer, believing the word. Me, I grew up Christian as well. All right, from being from the Caribbean, we love your church on Sunday. You have to go church on Sunday, you know? You have to go
Yes.
church. Yeah. But me, I have say, no offense to anybody listening to this, I am basically, if I think about it, I would say I'm agnostic, but I am functionally atheistic, to be honest.
Okay,
You know,
I got you.
Put it that way. Because I know the history of this. And the way we're educated in the Caribbean, in a way, at least my teachers were, my teachers were a product
so as soon as
of
she's done, she'll do it.
my teachers, my teachers, like from even before I got to high school equivalent down there and to college, they were a product and heavily influenced by the civil rights movement up here, the 50s and 60s in the United States. That's why I need to speak to those FBA folks that thinking that they're all in it by themselves and everybody's against you from the diaspora. We aren't. The African Americans in this country influence the world when it comes to civil rights, when it comes to freedom struggle. Right? And my parents were a product of that. You should have seen, I have pictures of my parents at University of West Indies. Okay?
Yeah.
The fashion they wore at the University of West Indies was identical at the time to the fashion that Black people were wearing out here. You talk about the bell-bottom jeans, the platform shoes, the big afros. I have pictures of my mother and father sitting up in each other's arms, posing with their afros on. They had stuff where they did "I'm Black and I'm Proud," which, you know, those things were heavily influenced from the African American experience, right?
Yeah.
You know, and oh man, I lost my thought just now.
That's okay. You'll get it back.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back. So I'm just saying, you know, they did the same thing. My teachers down there, because they were influenced in that, they taught me the real history of what went on.
Right.
They told me what these whitey people did in the Caribbean. They used the kindness of the indigenous in the Caribbean and Central and South America against them. Columbus famously said, "Oh, these people are so trusting and nice. We could conquer them with just a few handful of men." He actually wrote that in his diary. You remember? I think that's one of the diary. They're so kind of we could conquer them with just a few handful of men. You know?
Right.
And you know, they were so trusting, they touched their swords and cut their hands on their swords. And the people that came giving them food and stuff, and you know?
Yeah.
And the Mayans treated the conquistadors and them with grace, with kindness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same thing happened in the Caribbean. The Siboney, the Taino, you know, those people that were in the Caribbean, the Caribs, Arawaks, you know, the Garifuna, those people that were in the Caribbean treated the Europeans with a kind of kindness that the Europeans used for ill. You know, they used to perpetrate G-side on them. And the blankets, what you're talking about, Dani, they did that not just in North America, they did that all over the Western Hemisphere, Dani.
And that's so and what people do not understand. Yes.
They took them blankets all the way into South America, up the fucking mountains, and gave them to the fucking Inca, for crying out loud. They went all the way inland to South America and gave them blankets to the fucking Inca. They did it to the Aztecs too in Mexico. Oh my God, man. Like, what?
So to my mods, to my mods, go ahead and bring him up, Sandy. Whoever it is, go ahead and bring them up, Sandy. I'm good with that.
You know, it's unbelievable. Like, and that is why they don't want us talking about this stuff.
Right.
That is why they're trying to ban these books. That is why I talk about certain things on the internet. If I use certain hashtags, I barely get any views. You notice that, Dani, when you use certain hashtags on your videos, you barely get any views.
Yeah.
But if you talk about you have to kind of miss hashtag your video, in order for the algorithms to allow it to
Yeah.
to get around. But then when you tag something about racism and white supremacy and stuff, like the views go way down. Like the algorithms are trained white supremacy. The algorithms are racist, and it's like, and that is why the whole discussion about reparations and stuff like that's happening on the world stage right now. And again, African Americans are the reason, are the catalyst for why we're even talking about reparations at the UN.
Right. That's Ghana. Ghana did that. Ghana introduced that. Ghana introduced the resolution at the UN where the transatlantic slave trade was identified. So I don't even know the name of who it was, Sandy, but tell me who it was.
It was I forgot the name of the Ghanaian president, but let me just say one thing for a fact, right?
Yeah.
This is something a lot of Americans may not know. African Americans have been in conversation with leaders in Africa and in the Caribbean about reparations, not just now, for decades now. Can I say that? Because I know from the Caribbean, we talk about this. Okay, there have been scholars from African American scholars from America who have been in conversation with leaders in the Caribbean. For instance, there's a case before the World Court where Caribbean nations and African nations took their former colonial masters to court for reparations specifically.
Yeah.
There's a case in the World Court, and I don't know if I think there was a technicality got it pushed out, so they're refiling it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this here is not the first time that the countries of the global South have tried to advance things like this.
Right.
But I remember just around the time that 9/11 happened, there was one advanced around that time. I did a poem about that around the time when I was in college, and
yeah.
Again, United States and the blue country over there voted no.
And
a lot of the other European countries voted no.
No, there were only three.
This time.
There were only three. Mm-hmm. It was Israel, the United States, and Argentina.
Mm-hmm. I know, this time.
Yes. This time.
But the previous forms of
the same resolution, the EU voted no as well. Yeah.
They voted no as well.
Right.
Previous forms of this.
Yes.
Even under President Obama, they still voted no.
Of course, because he wasn't meant to be there.
He wasn't supposed to be there. Again, we used to own you people.
Yes.
We used to own you people. How dare we let one of those get up in the White House?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, that was the indicator that, oh my gosh, the country's gone too far.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that is really important that people understand that we just reached a place. And so that is why so much of it was time to say, oh, you know what? Okay, so we can go back. We need to go back to some more of the more apparent dog whistles. Like if you think about, so from in between Predator and Super Predator and Thugs, which that was the Bill Clinton and Hillary language of the 90s. Because in case you all don't know, Bill Clinton was a moderate conservative from Arkansas. His ass was not a liberal Democrat. Super Predator and Thug was Bill's white ass from Arkansas. Just be clear. He was great for the country, horrible for black people. But anyway, so in between Super Predator and Thug, and until we got to woke in 2016, woke and DEI and critical race theory and that, what were the dog whistles being utilized? We had a little bit of a break, did we not? We had a little bit of a break after Clinton. We had a little bit of a break in between that and the dog whistles. Right? It wasn't as in your face. And as a result, what we got was a black president. Now, granted, he needed to be a little light skinned, They wasn't ready to go all the way. Chocolate was not allowed, but we can do a little cream. We can do a little caramel, like just like a.
Michelle was too overtly black.
But that's why they did her the way they did her and called her the names that they called her and did all of that, like for real, right? And so we understand that. But so that was the key, right? Is without the Southern strategy being front and center, Black and brown people were going to really progress into positions where they actually had power and they had the ability to put their perspective and their influence into policy, right? And so that's the thing that it's really important. And I want to do this before I get to Cincy and James. You hang out, Island Boy. I want to also remind people. So I was listening to another educator on Palestine last night or early this morning. I can't remember which. And
here we go.
And one of the things that they were talking about is while AIPAC and Israel is one part of what we do in Palestine and why we do what we do, not in Palestine, right? But with Israel. The other part of it is, do you understand that the United States of America does not want a Palestinian state, because then that would give you a stabilized Middle East and we would not be able to get the resources that we want from those countries. Do you understand? It is not just Israel that wants to take over the Lebanon and whatever it is. Listen, we are backing it because it is to our benefit. The United States of America is absolutely in the game because we need it to be a destabilized region in order to get the resources that we need and the relationship that we have with the Saudis. Just listen, I want everybody, the same way that Iran and that the UK and the US was behind the coup in Iran, right? Do y'all understand that when we did the Iraq war, our war on terrorism that we engaged in, y'all realize that was part of several other things that happened that created a situation where the Houthis expanded and took over much of South Yemen. That was a direct result, because when we showed the fuck up and we started bombing, then that made other groups, that made the Al-Qaeda, that was a small group that existed within Yemen, grow to be a little bit larger. And then guess who else came down to Yemen? ISIS. Listen, this is the thing. The United States of America and the EU are greatly responsible for so many of the quote unquote terrorist organizations that they say exist, that they say are so horrible. And the reality is that many of them would not exist had we not interfered, right?
Exactly.
So Hezbollah would not be here.
BB is BB along with our agency,
yes,
directly responsible for the age group's existence.
Listen,
the age group, they funded it. They deliberately did
so because they didn't want the
PLO. Because Yasser Arafat's PLO was actually gaining traction.
Yes.
Gaining a kind of visibility and respect on the world stage for the two-state solution.
And they did not want a two-state solution.
They did not want it. And so BB, along with us, say no. Let's go with this the Muslim Brotherhood. Let's pop up a branch of this Muslim Brotherhood and let's fund them. Let's set up offices for them. Let's do everything for them. And have the age group. And believe it or not, people, the age group did not exist in 1948.
No, they didn't exist until 1987.
Yeah, thank you. They did not exist in 1948. So that, stop, people. That's the in the wake of the October 7th things 3 years ago at this point, right? There was so much misinformation on that, and I was just like, I did so many videos trying to educate people about that. It was insane. The amount of ignorance I saw on the stage, man, it was ridiculous.
So I'm gonna say this to you guys so that everybody can kind of follow along with this. Hezbollah would not have existed without the Israeli attack on Lebanon. Hezbollah was formed in 1982 as a direct result of Israel's attack on Lebanon. Okay, Hamas would not have existed had it not been for Israel. Okay, so the resistance exists because, and by the way, Hamas was great when Bibi needed them. Now that Bibi doesn't need them, right? Now they all of a sudden, but he does need them. He needs them to exist in order to be the bad guys, so that he can, that's why he's fighting in Hamas in Gaza, right? And the IRGC is a direct result of the United States and the UK's involvement in Iran. Had we not overthrown their democratically elected leader and installed the Shah, so literally we installed the Shah, right? The Shah was a horrible dictator that
20 plus years.
Yep, for 20 plus years, that forced Western practices and Western culture upon the Iranian people, right? And was violent with them if they did not comply, okay? And it was only after 20 plus years of oppression that you got the Islamic Revolution. That's why you got it, folks.
By the way, during the 20 years, Israel helped train the IRGC.
Yes.
Israel and the IRGC were buddies. They trained together. They traded spy secrets and different secrets there. They traded technology together.
Yes.
Okay? And under that time, that is when I think 3 countries in the Middle East, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, got nuclear technology at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Under Rumsfeld, I think back in, I forgot what he shepherded that thing all together. He's the one that made those 3 countries have that. But it decided, got the nuclear capabilities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so he did that first, and it was because they thought, okay, they're our buddies, let's give them some technology. But then, that's one thing I talk about often, right? Oppressors' outrage.
Yeah.
Oppressors do things to people, and they act genuinely. They're genuinely angry and indignant when the people they're oppressing dare fight back or speak out against them. I'm just like,
yes.
What the high F is the matter with you?
Yes.
That's like a human thing. You keep yanking a dog's tail or pulling a cat's tail. What is the cat gonna do to you after a while?
Yeah, that's it. You're gonna get it.
They're gonna scratch you.
So
they're gonna bite you.
I want you to hang.
Come on, man.
I want you to hang around for a minute, and and as I share a few things with people. So I don't know how many of you all are aware of this, and I shared this with you guys before the weekend, but there's something new that goes along with it. So if you all remember, in about 2 weeks ago, Iran had rockets that had come very close to Dimona. And Dimona, now it did hit in Dimona, right? But it was about 800 yards, I believe, away from the nuclear facility that Israel has in Dimona. Okay, so when that happened, and I have it pulled up, and I'm going to read it to you. So when this happened on March 21st, the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, put out a statement. Let me just say this to you all. The IAEA does not put out a statement unless you have nukes, unless there is nuclear material, unless it is there. So here's what the IAEA said. The IAEA is aware of reports of an incident in the city of Dimona, Israel, involving a missile impact, and has not received any indication of damage to the Nuclear Research Center, Negev, NEGEV. That is where Israel has their nukes. And by the way, this was started with Israel, with the French's help back in the 1960s. they are estimated to have as many as 300 nukes in Israel. They do not allow independent inspection.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
Are you 300?
yeah.
Oh my God.
The-
I didn't know. I knew they had nukes, but not that many. Oh my God.
That is the estimates are, as I've seen an estimate that's even higher, but that one is the one that. So listen, people will say anywhere from 80 to 300 nukes is how many Israel has, and that's why I said as upwards as 300. And Israel does not allow outside inspectors. So this is what the IAEA said, and they haven't signed any non-proliferation agreement or anything else. It says, listen. Information from regional states indicates that no abnormal radiation levels have been detected. Closely monitoring the situation, the Director General stressed that, quote, maximum military restraint should be observed, in particular in the vicinity of nuclear facilities. So this is what they issued when Iran's missile came within hundreds of yards in Dimona. Right now, let me tell you what happened today, because our day starts later than the rest of the world, right? So the IAEA had to issue another statement today. Do you want to know why? Because we hit a facility, Bashir, near in Iran, and the IAEA said, y'all got to quit this shit, because this is what happened. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog has warned attacks near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant, quote, pose a very real danger to nuclear safety and must stop. Strikes near the operating plant, quote, could cause a severe radiological accident with harmful consequences for the people and the environment in Iran and beyond. He added that one recent strike was just 246 feet from the plant's perimeter.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So just so everyone is clear,
Shit.
none of this is good. None of this is good. And this is a big deal. On top of that, Israel and the United States struck a university, Sharif University in Tehran.
Why are you striking you? This is the thing.
And so you know what's going to happen. Iran is going to turn around and strike a university, and that university is going to be where? It's either going to be in Qatar or it's going to be in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be in one of our quote unquote allied regions. Like that's where it's going to be.
Or in Israel itself.
And so, yes, Cam, I can't explain. It's there, right? That's literally what they said. They said, quote, Israeli U.S. aggressors have bombed the MIT of Iran. So this facility, Sharif University, is that type of university. Okay, it is like an MIT. It is, and then their response to that was, quote, aggressors will witness our might. So make no mistake, Iran is going to retaliate, and it will not be nice because we targeted another university. It's just that simple. And they just rejected another ceasefire from us. Iran's spokesperson came out and said, no, thank you. We're not interested. And this is what they have said. And I do not blame them for this. They've said, we cannot negotiate a ceasefire while you are still aggressively attacking us. Like, why would we agree?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Right? People don't realize, right? The U.S. has been a master
I got you, Cam.
for decades now at doing proxy wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Proxy wars against near peers, against China, against Russia, near peers.
Yeah.
The Ukraine debacle is a proxy war against Russia.
Yes.
Let's be real. That's what it is.
Yep.
So I think what's happening right now, for the first time in 20 years, since the U.S. became the worldwide master of stealth aircraft technology, right? for decades now, since that technology went online, no U.S. aircraft has been shot down, right?
Right.
It has not been shot down. There have been training exercises, there have been malfunctions, whatever, but not been shot down in actual conflict. I think the reason that Iran was able to, quote unquote, pew pew down one of our jets was because their near peers are actually taking this conflict that our Orange Mussolini has foolishly been goaded into doing as an opportunity to test their anti-US military measures. It's a proxy war they're waging against us. And another content creator, and I looked at the map, Iran, China, and Russia are, I think they touch each other, right? Who knows what, I mean, people, like, learn some geography. Look at the map of the area. That's one thing I learned in the Caribbean when I was growing up with the education. They drilled in sense of geography into you. We had to study maps, okay?
Yeah.
And I know the map of the Middle East because we spent a lot of time on that. And I look at the map and I'm like, this is definitely proxy war going on here. The U.S. media is not going to report on it because Brendan Carr's going to be mad.
Yeah.
But, you know what I'm saying? They're testing out. Let's give Iran this technology which we think will be able to counteract the U.S.'s stealth capability. Let's give Iran this technology, have them test it out in a live fire experiment, live fire testing. You know?
Yes. Yes, Sandy did, Hazel Eye. So let me also say, in addition to that, so yes, everyone. So let me just to add some additional context to China's relationship with Iran. China purchases 90% of the oil Iran has. So 90% of the income from their oil in Iran is coming from China. So, yeah. So Mr. Global taught me this. Okay. So follow me.
I love him, by the way. Can I say, Mr. Global, you listening? My man, you're amazing. I saw the show when you're on Dani, like it was last week or something like that.
I think week before last, I think.
Yeah, he's dope. That's
yes.
what I say. Mr. Global, you're dope. You off the chain.
He is. And so listen, so he was telling, and he said, listen, there is only one other country besides Iran that can open the strait. There's only one country because Iran can open it if they choose to, and China. That's it. Because China can pick up the phone and tell Iran, hey, listen, open the strait, and that's what will happen. Other than that, it will not happen until they want it to happen, right? Look, Tiffany over on Facebook said, hey, Island Boy.
Yes, that's my buddy. That's my buddy.
So check this out. But this is so Cam, let me come back because Cam asked me to address something. So the IAEA, that is the International Atomic Energy Association. That is the independent organization that inspects all of the nuclear sites around the world, and they track atomic energy. Like that's their job. Okay. Now, they have never been allowed in to assess what Israel has, but everyone knows that Israel says it's a research facility. No, the fuck it ain't. Everyone knows that Dimona is where Israel has all of their nukes. Okay. And so when that happened, March the 21st, the IAEA said, because it was only 246 feet away. Y'all know, come on, y'all. Wait, yards or feet? Let me look. Hold on. Hold on. I need to get back where I was. Yeah, 246 feet, y'all. Not yards even. 246 feet from the plant's perimeter. That is how
That's
close.
A hair's breadth. That's a hair's breadth when it comes to missiles and munitions. That's too close.
Yes. So I watched a nuclear expert, and he said in nuclear terms, that's not he said that's not like a near miss. He said that is like, oh my God, we all almost died kind of thing.
Yes.
And
Yes,
so,
that's what I'm saying.
so,
Oh my
so
Lord.
listen, so when the IEA said that, right? The IEA said specifically, quote, maximum military restraint should be observed, in particular in the vicinity of nuclear facilities, right? Now, they said that on March the 21st when Iran hit Dimona, okay? Because they were damn near spot on in their targeting, okay? And so today, Israel and the U.S. hit the MIT place, but then Israel hit the place in Iran. So let me give you what they said there. Okay, so there were attacks today by Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. And the IAEA said that those attacks, quote, pose a very real danger to nuclear safety and must stop, end quote. Then they went on to say that strikes near that operating plant, quote, could cause a severe radiological accident with harmful consequences for people and the environment in Iran and beyond. So, yeah.
So I'm telling you, those folks, BB loves to talk about Amalek and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't care. And I think there was an old interview I saw where I think they were questioning an Israeli official.
This
and
dumbass.
They asked the Israeli official if things got, came to worst, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was another conflict they were in, and they were saying, if things got to worst, would you use nuclear armaments?
Right.
And the Israeli official, without missing a beat, yes, of course, everything's on the table.
Right.
That scares me, because when you have them willing to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And them have this ideology, this like cancerous kind of like ideology, like the Zionist ideology, kind of like, not like we must do to anybody that we think threatens us before they do to us, no matter the cost, right?
Yeah.
And as Lori Daniel Faber said, there's certain countries in the world, when they get into conflict, they cannot take an L, right?
Right.
They will do the unthinkable just to show that they didn't lose. Israel and the United States are two of those countries.
Yeah.
And with somebody like Trump, who's in charge right now, whose ego is the size of Neptune, right? And
Jupiter.
Jupiter or whoever, whichever largest planet we have, right?
Yeah. Yes.
He will do something like drop a nuke just to say, yeah, we fixed you. And it's not really will do it too, because they'll say like, well, we have to do this because they are a real threat to us, and they'll use the fact that they came close to hitting Israel's plant as justification for them dropping a nuke on them.
Yeah.
And this is the thing I'm worried about. And this is why I did a post where I was worried that I think let's tie it back to here and right now. Everything that's going on internationally and whatever is a distraction for the Project 2025 people to dismantle what we have going on here.
So
the Project 2025 people are not going to do anything to Trump where this thing is concerned. They'll be fully on board with a nuclear conflict happening, because it'll provide the ultimate distraction for them to continue to dismantle our social safety nets and everything we have going on here.
So a couple of things to point out. So I don't think that all of this is a distraction for the Heritage Foundation. What I believe is that I don't think that. So I think, because this is why this is why, do they inspect nuclear weapons facilities? They do, but Israel doesn't allow inspectors. Israel is the only country that has nuclear weapons that does not allow inspections. Just so that everyone is clear, Israel is the only country that has nuclear weapons that does not allow independent inspections. So just so everyone is clear, that is the deal. But when it comes to what is happening in Iran, right? My opinion is that one of the reasons that we are doing this in Iran, right? No, North Korea allows inspections. Yes, they do have them. I just finished saying that, Russell. The estimates are as high as 300 nuclear weapons that Iran has. Yes, sacred space. That's a great question. How do they get away with that? That's a great. Yeah, Israel does. Yeah, Israel does. Yeah, I was responding back to his question. So let me just show you something. Give me 1 second.
Dani, I have to log off. I have a meeting in like less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Appreciate you. Drop by anytime.
Yes, of course, of course.
All right. See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right. So, give me 1 second, you guys. So, listen to this. So the last report, let me see if this is the last one. Yeah. So 2025. So let me show you. In 2025, the IAEA in August put out their report for oh, hold on a second. Yeah, for Korea about nukes, 100%. And so they reported that North Korea is continuing its program, including operating the Yongbyon nuclear plant and expanding its enrichment facilities. Evidence indicates that a new light water reactor has reached criticality, and plutonium reprocessing activities are ongoing. Like, this is all from like a government site. So Congress put out this statement in September after the August report from the IAEA. So yes, even North Korea allows inspections of their nuclear facilities. Israel is the only country that does not. Okay. And Israel also is one of a handful of countries that have not, appreciate that, Shantae, that has not signed the non-proliferation agreement. Just to be clear about that. He's not always been crazy, Robin. That's just not true. The man is not crazy. He might be a sociopath. He might have narcissistic tendencies or characteristics, but he's not crazy. That's a completely different thing. And he is not crazy, nor has he ever been. He just doesn't have a moral compass. He doesn't have a boundary, like he doesn't have the ability to read certain social cues, any of those types of things. But no, he's not crazy. And I wish people would just stop saying that. So yeah, those things are not lunacy. Lunacy is crazy. He's not crazy. But anyway, I want to also go back. What do I consider crazy? Lunacy. Actual crazy. Actual crazy. He's not crazy. So give me 1 second. All right. So yeah, so I don't know what you guys are doing. Okay, but here we go. I want to go back and talk about something real quick, because there's a lot happening. Oh shit. I just went away for 2 minutes and now something else has happened. So Israel has, while they were attacking Gaza, Israeli forces have killed a UN staff member in Gaza and injured someone else as well. Holy crap. Yeah, none of this is good, folks. And now the Houthis claim an attack on Israel's Eilat. So the Houthi rebels say that they took part in a coordinated attack with Iran and Hezbollah targeting Israel's southern city of Eilat. In a statement that was carried by the Houthi-affiliated Al-Masada channel, the Yemeni group said that the attack targeted, quote unquote, several vital military sites. Yeah, and Israel's military did say that that city had been targeted by drones. Yeah, so now the Gulf Coast countries are on an extreme edge because the U.S. and Israel attacked the university in Iran, and so now they are preparing themselves for a response from Iran on one of those communities, 100%. And that will happen. You know, that's gonna occur. So I don't know. Can somebody check with the folks that are in the chat, like Martha and Jer Bear? I don't know if they intended to request up or not. Right. So give me 1 second. The things that are most concerning to me, you all, is this apparent disregard for the impact of nuclear facilities, right? Of targeting those, of hitting those, of whatever. I just don't think that there's a regard for those things at this moment. And that is, of course, very concerning. I already saw where Mr. Global said that now the Brent crude oil has gone above $140 a gallon. He said that the last time it reached that level was prior to the 2008 recession, which, holy shit, right? We all remember what 2008 was like. What does Six Fig wants to talk about? What does Six Fig want to talk about? I don't see a comment from them. I don't. Where is? I mean, Six Fig, if you want to come up here and have a chat with me, you're welcome to come up here and chat. Wherever Six Fig is, you are welcome to come up and join the panel. Everyone receives combat training to some degree because we all go through basic and we all have additional training after that. So like I said, Six Fig, wherever you went, if you want to come up here, be my guest. I will make it easy for folks. How about that? So Six Fig, there's the box if you want to hit it. I also want to say this, folks, okay? Something that Hamas said. Hamas has said unequivocally that they are not willing to disarm. And I say, if I were Hamas, and I'm not, but if I were, I would say the same thing. That would be my position, right? And the reason why that would be my position is because since we had this quote unquote fake ass ceasefire that happened in October, right? Since we had that fake ass ceasefire in October, Israel has killed over 700 Gazans. So no, there's no way you are going to ask me to put down my weapons when you are still killing hundreds of my people. Not going to happen. Right? So I think it's dumb to expect, them to do that. They're just not going to do it. at all. And I wouldn't blame them, right? You're not going to ask me to do that while you're continuing to bomb the people in the region, in the area. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. And I would feel the same way if I were them. I don't really know where BB is. To be honest, I don't care just yet. But you know, it kind of is what it is. Yeah, they do know who they're dealing with. Listen, they know who they're dealing with the same way that Iran knows who the United States is. Hey, Dominic. One second. So I'm just saying, right? Just bring it here and I'll give Mila hers, or I'll undo hers for her. So, but this is just incredibly important for people to understand about the situation that we are in. And I think one of the things that concerns me the most with the administration that we have is I can't think of someone in the current administration that has the intelligence, the wisdom, the integrity, and the backbone necessary to stand up to the Trump administration, the president of the United States, and do the right thing. Yeah, tell Mimi come here, or you can carry this to her if you want. It doesn't matter to me. She can eat it in there if she wants to. 1 second, baby. Okay. That is hers. Thank you, babe. But that is the part that really bothers me about this whole thing is I am not confident that we have anyone. And here's what's happening in the military. We've had 20 more or so generals and admirals that have been removed, right? Because those people have stood up to the Secretary of Defense and said, no, we're not going to put boots on the ground. No, we're not going to do this. And that's great. The only thing is they will keep getting rid of people until they find a yes person. And the thing, and like I said last week, the thing that is so dangerous about that is you are getting rid of expertise and career military officials in exchange for loyalty. Loyalty does not mean capability. And we see that demonstrated in Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is loyal as fuck, but he has no capabilities. He has no actual expertise, right? And so that's the part that is dangerous. And the thing that makes me really angry about it as a veteran is that it's being done to the detriment of troops whose lives will be in jeopardy. No, ma'am. B. Hudson, the Supreme Court cannot step in. Congress can step in. If Congress wanted to step in, Congress could step in. And so this is the part that is incredibly important. Denise, you wanted to say something? Congress senators are on a break right now. Janice, you were in the request box. It looks like you're having trouble connecting, though. I think that, like, I don't want boots on the ground. Do I think that we will end up putting boots on the ground? I do. I don't think that we should. And I think that Congress should do something about it ahead of time. But I do think, because I think that Donald Trump will double down and triple down, because that's all he knows how to do. And I think Hegseth will do the same thing. And all I can say is, when you are Iran and someone says to you, we will send the largest, most capable military in the world to your doorstep, and your response to that is come closer, that ain't a good sign for the United States of America. That is not a good sign. I really want people to understand that. And here's the thing, I don't know if you all get this or not, but Iran has not blinked this entire time. The only people that continue to blink is the United States of America. The president of the United States has changed his deadline 6 times in the last 2 weeks. Iran has said the same thing since day one. And if you all do not understand that Iran has the backing of China and Russia, we hauled off and took our ass to war with absolutely no plan whatsoever. That's what we did. And that's why we are where we are. Good morning, Thomas. You wanted to say something? Good morning, Thomas. Thomas, did you know that you're on the panel that you requested up? Thomas, do you know you're on the panel? Going once? Going twice? Thomas? Okay. I tried. I heard stuff, but but it doesn't look like yeah. The other thing that I wanted to point out for folks is something along the lines of the other thing that I wanted to talk about, you all, is that when we so do you all remember last week when I shared a report from Military Times? And it was the report from the Military Times talked about the stockpile that we've blown through in our Tomahawk missiles in the first 30 days of this war in Iran. Do you all remember that conversation? Or if you weren't here for that conversation, just put a 1 in the chat. If you weren't here when we talked about our Tomahawks, you can put a 1 in the chat. Because if you didn't, then I'm happy to go over it again. What's up, Don Juan? I didn't even see you. Okay, so a lot of you weren't in here last week. All right, so listen. So there was an article in the Military Times, because while we don't give out exact numbers of what our stockpiles are, we do have a general estimate that we do share, okay? And we do the same thing like we do with all the other countries, right? And so it's why we know about how many of this China has and about how many of this so-and-so has, right? And so here's the thing. In this article, there was a discussion around our Tomahawk missiles. And in the first month of this Operation Epic Clusterfuck, we have blown through, the Secretary of Defense has blown through between 850 and 1,000 of our Tomahawks, okay? The remaining stockpile that we have is approximately 3,000. So that would mean in just 30 days, we blew through about 25% of our Tomahawk stockpiles. And it will be Titan, get down. Get down. And it will take 2 to 3 years to replace that stockpile. Okay. So this is why it's really important. Yeah, that ship went on to Greece to get repairs done. Yes. Yeah, I don't do cats on my countertops. He should get his ass down. So so listen, this is the problem is that we have never used this number of Tomahawk missiles in this short of a time span. It far exceeds anything that we've done in any other operation. And the reason it is so concerning is because if we've gone through that level of Tomahawks and it takes 2 to 3 years to replenish them, this is significant because you have to think about the world as a global stage, and you have to think about all of it as it works together. Follow me, okay? So we know that Iran is supported by both China and Russia, right? We know that. We also know that one of our biggest, yeah, baby, it's very cute. Thank you. One of the biggest assets that we have is just our location, right? Defenses. And yes, and North Korea, you are correct. So I just want you all to think about something. Those countries have the ability to give Iran the damn request box is right there, Sebastian. Can you not see it? It's a big ass square on the screen. So listen, if North Korea, China, and Russia, right, all three of them are backing Iran, and we are using some of the best of what we have, and we are blowing through it at a rate that is more so than any other operation we've ever been in. Has anyone thought about the possibility that those other countries are helping Iran, are using Iran to help drain our resources? Has anyone thought about the fact that they are equipping Iran so that we will stay in this longer, and then we reduce what we have? When they help Iran, it weakens us. And when you think about that, okay, when you think about that, then you realize just how significant this is. Especially when our allies are not showing up for us. The EU has said you may not use your bases on our land for this, and you may not use our airspace for this. France has given Lebanon tanks and armored vehicles. Right? I'm waiting for him to connect. Sebastian, you seem to have difficulty joining. I didn't say France helped Iran. I said they helped Lebanon. Right. Hey, Sissy, did you see Dominic bring you food? Okay. All right. So it's important for people to understand how these things are interconnected and what the possibilities are that they present. And so Dream Chaser, it's important that you listen to comprehend what I said. I don't think in any sentence that came out of my mouth, or any syllable for that matter, did I say the US military is running out of ammo. That's not what I just said. Right? That's not what I said. And if you would like to have a discussion with me about what I said, hit the big box right there and join the panel. That's what you can do. This is why it is so important to listen to understand, than to listen to respond or comment. Because when you listen just to respond or comment, you look as if you are unable to comprehend. You look as if you don't know how to listen and have a conversation. Right? So just saying. What's up, B Action? I didn't even see you. Well, ZR, you said, so are you supporting Iran or are you anti-American? Well, what I would ask you is, are you listening or are you just intentionally ignorant? Like aggressively ignorant? Which one are you? That would be my question back. That would be my question back. You're an American Iranian, would say I'm far from ignorant. Well, you can be an American Iranian if you would like. That doesn't mean you're not ignorant. Ignorant people come in all nationalities. Yeah. Ignorant is not dependent upon your nationality at all. Right, Abu Minks. Ignorance does not discriminate. Yeah, like that's just a thing. So again, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I just want you all to think about it logistically for a moment, okay? We have a president that has spent his first year and something in office alienating every ally we have. In the last couple of months, he has offended the Japanese prime minister. He has offended the Saudi crown prince. He has offended our European allies, NATO, the UN, right? Everyone. And at the same time, he has gotten us involved in a war that is of zero benefit to us. Oh, yeah, Canada, Greenland, you name it, right? He has brought us into a war that has not a single benefit for the United States of America. We gain nothing from this. And it is 100% having devastating effects on this country, right? How do we get out of this mess now that he started it? Shelly, if he had people around him that could reach him and do the things that are necessary to be done, we would simply stop. We would stop. We would just stop bombing, period. Folks, listen, they don't mobilize 50,000 personnel if they intend to back out. It's not to take the oil just like Venezuela. They're not going to listen. I just want to be clear. Nobody is letting the United States of America take Iran. It ain't fucking happening. China ain't going to let it happen. Russia ain't going to let it happen. It is not going to happen. I don't care what he said. It's the same man that said, open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Praise be to Allah. I don't care what he says. That man is not smart or strategic. I just want you to understand. I don't care what he says. That's why I don't listen to the presidential addresses. Right? I don't think that people understand how much of our government has been cut, right? I don't care what he says, but bring up shit like this, don't you? I bring up things that are relevant. So, for example, it is relevant that the president of the United States would put out this. It's not relevant because Trump said it. It's relevant that the president of the United States would think that this type of post is appropriate to put out ever, and especially on Easter morning. So do you understand the difference between those things? I don't care what he says. I care when he says something as the president of the United States that has serious implications and or ramifications. Appreciate the spider cam. No, he didn't take it down. It's on his Truth Social. It's on his Truth Social. I showed it for everybody today. Right? It's just one of those things. So that's the part that I think you guys are missing. If you noticed, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. What do I keep saying, you all? What do I keep saying? Who do I said this? Who did I say said this? What's my language? I haven't been saying Trump said this, have I? What have I been saying? The president of the United States. The president of the United States. Because that's the part that makes it relevant. If he was just Donald Trump, I wouldn't give a fuck what he says or does. I would give zero fucks. Right? But like it or not, he is the president of the United States of America, which means what he does, what he says when he says it, that can have an impact on the United States of America and the globe, that is when it matters. And this isn't just about being embarrassed by him, right? I am long past embarrassed. I am long past embarrassed, right? This is not about that. This is about the safety of the country. And whether Americans know it or not, we are not safe. We are not safe. We do not have a government that is interested in taking care of its people at all. We have a government that consistently puts corporations ahead of people. We have a government that would rather kill people than feed people. We have a government, I'm going to say that again, that would rather kill people than feed people, than clothe people, than house people. That includes children. That includes babies. That includes the elderly, right? So when you know that and you understand that there are absolutely going to be hardships coming for many people in this country, then people need to be concerned about that, right? Joshua, let's have a chat. I would love to have a chat with you, Joshua, about socialism and the United States of America. I sent you an invitation to join the panel. Oh, I see some other requests up in here. Folks, when I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I can get to you. Best of Jack, Tony. I clicked yes to both of you all, but for some reason you're not come. Okay, so Tony, give me a second. Put yourself on mute until I get to you for me. And Rob and San. TikTok is doing its thing today, isn't it? Oh, well, Rob, where'd you go? What happened? All right, San Baby. Did you mean to request up to the panel?
No, I didn't.
Okay, no worries. I got you. Well, it looks like it's just me and you, Island Boy. What happened?
People scared of facing truth. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Every single one of them requested up, and I accepted, and none of them made their way to the panel.
They're talking a lot of stuff in the chat, in the comments, and nobody want to be Froggy and Leap up here, man.
No.
What's up?
That's what happens a lot of the time is, so this is the thing. So in my opinion, what I would love to see Congress step in. I don't believe that they will, but I would love to see Congress step in and use the authority that they have. Right? I don't believe they will, but I would love to see that happen as a way out of this. And I'm trying to think about, like, at this stage of the game, what would be the move about it? Like, what would be the because we have a large number. Let me just see real quick. That must be being searched a lot right now. It came up. Yeah. Do y'all believe that Vance being in office would be any better? So let me tell you what I think about JD Vance being in office. I think that long term, JD Vance is horrible for the United States of America because he has an agenda, right? But I do think in terms of the mess that we are in now, he would be less volatile and less impulsive than Trump, right? So in this situation, follow me, I would take JD Vance right now because when it comes to the war and where we are, he would be less volatile, less impulsive, and he would choose his words a little bit more wisely. Okay. I think long term, the things that bother me about JD Vance, and I will talk about them from a couple of different perspectives. The one thing that bothers me about JD Vance is I believe him to be a chameleon, or as the guest earlier said, a shapeshifter. He changes positions based on whatever is best for his success and for his climbing up the ladder, so to speak. Okay. That is more dangerous to me than someone that is what they are and you know it. Like, I know a Donald Trump when I see it. Like, he's the same no matter where you put him. You can put him in a fucking boardroom. You can put him in the White House. You can put him on a reality TV show. It doesn't matter where you put him. He's the same, right? Like it or not, Donald Trump is the same. JD Vance is not. He will shapeshift. He will move. He will accommodate. He will adapt in order to make sure that he rises and it doesn't matter what happens to everyone else. That's dangerous for the American people.
I've always found JD Vance to be a lot more dangerous than Trump, because JD Vance, even though Trump can be manipulated, like like crazy, and he's a malignant narcissist, a dangerously malignant narcissist, right? JD Vance is nothing but calculating. He's very calculating. He's very smart. He actually knows what he's talking about, and he studied about how to communicate or how to say what he wants to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The one thing that I think that's weighing him down, and I wouldn't put it past him to do, is race. He has a brown wife.
I'm gonna tell you why that don't matter.
I know it don't matter, but I'm just saying
Nope.
for him to truly get the support of the MAGA faithful, I don't know.
So let me just tell you my thing. So number one, he will never appeal to the MAGA faithful. Never, no matter what. He has offended much of the MAGA faithful with his hillbilly elegy book, where he lied about really being from Appalachia when he really grew up in the suburbs in Ohio. And he lived with his granddad that had a good job working at the steel factory. Right. So there's that. He doesn't have what it takes. He's a Yale graduate. He can never appeal to the MAGA base. It just won't happen. The second thing about JD Vance, and so I think it's important to identify the type of brown wife that he has.
Yes, I know. I know exactly where you're going.
Where am I going?
It's something called a model minority.
She is Indian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does India have that could be similar to?
Caste system.
They have a caste system.
Yes.
That they have a caste system, and when you understand that caste system, then you understand why she'll tell you she's not a hat woman, but see her ass in hats everywhere. But she ain't gonna put on a MAGA hat, but she will stand in the middle of all them damn MAGAs to do what needs to be done for her husband to be what he is.
And this is what I'm saying, right? There's a certain reason why where there's so many Indians or East Asian, as we've been told to say right now, that are on the right. You had Bobby Jindal, who famously got an anglicized name for his first name.
Mm-hmm.
There's Nikki Haley, another anglicized name. Ajit Pai,
mm-hmm.
who was a former FCC commissioner.
Yep.
He kept his name at least.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
And of course we have the guy that ran for president. That got Don Lemon fired from his thing. I forgot
at CNN.
I can't remember. Yeah. There's a reason why they are so like that, because their caste system translates very well over here.
Here's her food.
Martin Luther King famously talked about the fact when he was over there in India that they called him, he's one of the American untouchables, right? They called him an American untouchable because they recognized that there's a caste system over there in America that's similar or directly translatable to their caste system in India. Okay?
Yep.
All right? You know?
Yep. And
that book, Caste, homework for people. Go and get Ibsen's book, Caste. Y'all need to read that book. Cover to cover. I read that book twice. It is well freaking done, and it links it back to that caste system. So it's what Dani and I are talking about. You read that book, you'll be like, oh, in your brain.
Yeah. It's a whole look, everybody's like, that's a good book. That book is an eye-opener, which is why I said that's why she can exist. It's called caste. CASTE. That's what we're saying. When we say caste system, it's CASTE. And so that's the thing that you gotta it really, when you understand, so Robin, when you say, what are we going to do about any of this? Okay. So first of all, the first thing that I respond to is, okay, so what the first thing that I do is I look at what can I do anything about? That's the first thing that I do. So I assess all of the things that are going on, because there are things that I want to be aware of. There are things that that are relevant that I want to talk about, that I want to educate on, that I want to be, in the know that they are happening. And then there are the things that I know I need to know, and they are something that I can do about those things. All right. And what I find that most people do is most people spend all of their time asking what they can do about shit they can't do nothing about. I'm just saying, people are like, what can we do about Trump and Iran? The answer is not a damn thing. You're not in Congress. You're not in the cabinet. You can't do any damn thing other than write a strongly worded letter to your congressman and or your senator. Like, that's about it. You ain't like, unless you're like in the military and you're willing to like stand up and, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, that's not something you can do anything about. So what I look at is, well, who are the people that could do something about it? And can I do anything about those people? Now, the answer to that is really simple. Who can do something about what's happening right now with the President of the United States of America and the administration? Who can do something? Right. Robin, you said Congress. You said Congress. Right. So then here's my question. Do we have the ability to impact Congress? This year, do we have an ability to impact Congress? Yes or no? We do. And in 7 short months, we do. So then the question becomes, so what are you doing about the opportunity that's in front of us? Now, somebody, let me ask you, and I'm being real talk because you asked me and I appreciate the question, what are we going to do about it? So then my question to you is this, right? Do you really want to know what I'm doing about it? Would you like for me to share with you what I'm doing about it and what several other hundreds of people are doing about it with me? Because that I can demonstrate for you. That I can demonstrate for you just like that. You ready? All right. So thank you for asking the damn question, to be honest. All right. So they wrote Project for the People. I mean, they wrote Project 2025. I wrote Project for the People. Now, it's not a document that I just want you to read. I got you, Robin. I'm going to show you. I'm literally going to show you. I'm so glad you asked this question. Okay. So what I believe that we need to do is to overcome voter apathy. And I believe we need to build connection and generate understanding in our communities. Because those, I got you, Carla. Those are the things that impacted us in 2024. There's a reason 80, 90 million people did not vote in 2024. People are disconnected and people have apathy when it comes to voting, right? So how do we get people involved? How do we make people want to vote? We have to share with them information that is relevant to them. So Robin, you're the person that asked the question first. So I'm going to let you be first and I want to show you something. Okay. So Robin, I'm going to watch you. I'm going to let you come first. So Robin, can you do me a favor and give to me a state and a congressional district that you would want to know how many people in that state and in that district are going to lose their Medicaid or SNAP benefits between now and 2034 because of the one big barbaric bill. Give me a state and give me a congressional district in that state, Robin. I'll let you go first.
I love what you're doing here. I love it. I love it.
Well, thank you. Here's what I need. Come on, Robin. I need your state and a congressional district. I don't see Robin. Okay, so user did Virginia 9th. Somebody else? Okay, so can you give me a congressional district, Robin? I saw you say Maryland. I got you, Virginia 9th, second. I got Maryland, but tell me what congressional district. Did anybody? I know she said Maryland. I'm looking for her congressional district, y'all. I am looking for a congressional district from her. Yeah, give me 1 second, folks. Y'all, everybody stay with me. Hold on. So listen, I'm going to show you something. So this is Maryland. I have literally done all of the work for you. So I have several hundred people that have signed up to participate with me. This Saturday, we are going out into our streets and online to share information that is relevant to the people in our community. So for example, I'm just going to pick one because nobody gave me one in Maryland. So, oh wait, I picked Maryland in Spanish because I did them in, oh, I got you, Amy. So let's do District 1. So in Maryland, in District 1, 24,000 people are projected to lose their Maryland Medicaid assistance, which is Medicaid, right, by 2034 because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. That's a fact. There's the source for that information right there. And I can show you how many in that district, 15,000, are projected to lose their SNAP benefits. And I can show you that for the folks that are in Spanish, that need it in Spanish. See that? That's in Spanish.
No va a ser bonito.
And there it is in Spanish for SNAP. Now, let me pause for a second. Let me pause, and I'm going to turn my camera around. So when you ask me, what am I doing about it? All right, so listen, I did these graphics for all 50 states for every congressional district in, I got it. She said 8, I will do 8 for her. But I did this for every congressional state in every state in the country, in English and in Spanish. But then I've also done flyers. So these are to post online because they're social media squares. But then I've also taken this information and put them into flyers. So Saturday is our very first day of action. Let me do this real quick. I need to pop this open. I'm going to show you what a flyer looks like. Utah only has 4 districts, period, right? So watch this. Utah only has 4 congressional districts. So I'm going to show you. I don't care. It's fine. So this is the flyer for Utah. And this tells them how many for Medicaid and for SNAP for all 4 congressional districts. So they print these out, they take them into their communities, and now everybody has information. You can scan this QR code and sign up to be part of this. You can go to my link tree and join us. Why is this important? Because people don't care about things that don't impact them. So Robin, you said Maryland 8. I'm going to go to Maryland 8. I'm going to go to Maryland. I'm going to go to Congressional District 8. And I'm going to go to Medicaid. Daisy, I don't give a fuck what you believe. That's why I provide sources. Hold on and I'll show you. So in Maryland District 8, it's 17,000 people. And also what's important to know is 64% of the people that are in nursing homes in Maryland are covered by Medicaid. Okay, so I don't care. I don't got to show you a picture. Let me show you what I can do. Watch. You ready? So when you go back to Project for the People, here are the source links for the numbers. So here's what's so funny about that. I can literally click this shit right here. This is from the CBO, which is the Congressional Budget Office. Do you see that? CBO, Congressional Budget Office. All you do is come down here and I'll be damned. Here they are. And look, there it is by congressional district. What the fuck do you know? Look at that.
You know, that's the thing. People don't want, they resent you right now for actually having information because it runs counter to their narrative of what they desperately need to believe. Not what they wanted. They need to believe for the ideology.
And just to go, and I'm going to show you. So Maryland, 8. We said the number was 15,000. So watch this. I'm going to go to Maryland, 8. Wait a minute. That's Raskin. Hold on. Did I have a typo? Oh, is it 17,000? Hold on. Where's my Maryland? Look at me going, do I have a typo? Maybe I do. I'm not perfect. It is possible doing all these damn graphics. Nope. Look, I have it right. 17,000. My ass said 17,000. You better damn know I was right. Okay, 17,000. And if you look at the source says 17,000. That is Maryland District 8, 17,000. So when I say, thank you, Amy, I was like, damn, did I do a typo? But no, I didn't. So when you ask me what I'm doing, I'm not just sitting on TikTok giving people information and sharing I'll do it, Blanca, 1 second. I got you, Texas District 8. For all of you guys that are asking me, to do your state and your district, I'm going to ask you to go to my link tree and put your information in to be part of this, right? And the reason why is, Gio, bye. Ain't nobody listening to you. Okay, so let me just tell you all this, okay? So listen, because this part's really important, okay? So listen, if you want to know this information, guess what? So do your neighbors. So do the people that live in your communities. They want to know it too, right? So here's what I'm doing. When you sign up, the reason why I ask you for your city, your county, and your state is because I'm literally linking people together in the same communities. So for example, in Arizona, Maricopa County, I got 3 of you. California in Contra Costa County, I've got 3 people there. Let me see, San Antonio, there's 4 of you there. That's Bexar County. I've got, in Ohio, I've got 3 in Franklin County, and 2 of those 3 are in Columbus. So do you know what that allows me to do? That allows me to then contact those 3 people, contact those 4 people, and link you all up together. So now, instead of being a blue dot in a red sea, now you all got a little pond. And then you could be a little lake. And then you could be a little river, right? That's how this works. So then you create a network. So right now, I haven't done this in a couple of days, you guys, okay? But the last count that I did, we represented 40 states and 202 counties. And I've only started talking about this for the last 3 weeks. I did all the math, I did all the research and all the graphics, and I started January 25th. Daisy, you're right. Come on up to the panel. You cannot believe everything you hear, but what you can do is check multiple viable sources, including the Congressional Budget Office, including the Centers for American Progress, including your state's website. And when you get confirming information from multiple reliable sources, then you trust that shit. That's what you trust. Okay? That's what you do. Why do you do that? Because it makes sense. Because what I'm not going to do is sit back here and believe somebody that ain't giving me no proof they're going to do anything different. Am I going to believe senators that have lied to me for the last fucking however long? Nope. Am I going to believe the president that's lying right now, talking about we obliterated this, we obliterated that, they don't got no missiles, and all of a sudden they shot our shit down? No. I'm going to believe facts that are verified, that are together. That's what I'm going to do. So now listen, Daisy, I have invited you to the panel. You haven't come up. You know what that tells me, Daisy? You don't really want to talk to me about this. That's what that tells me, Daisy. That's why you don't want to talk to me. Look, I'm sending you another little invite. I bet you don't hit this panel. I bet you don't. Because you're not sitting here to really learn anything. You're not interested in fixing anything in the country. You don't give a damn about people. That's what that is. See, when you actually care, you spend your time and effort doing something that matters. So, for example, on this Saturday coming up, April the 11th at 11 a.m., we will be out in our communities taking our flyers and talking to our neighbors. We will be posting on social media. Appreciate you, Be Action. We will be posting on social media these graphics, and we'll be using 2 hashtags. Do you know what the hashtags are, y'all? Hashtag Project for the People. Hashtag Making America Truly Great. That's our slogan. That's our slogan. Making America truly great. Because that's what our interest is. And guess what? What you don't see is either part of it, talking about, oh, Democrats, oh, Republicans, oh, no, what I want you to do is know what you need to know to make good, informed choices when you step in the voting booth. And if the information leads you to vote for a Democrat because that's whose policies align with yours, then be an adult, be enough of a patriot to vote whose policies are going to be good for the people. That's what you do. I'm going to be really transparent with you and tell you all that I do not have any interest whatsoever in keeping the GOP in Congress right now. I can be very honest about that. And do you know why? It's because the GOPs that are in Congress right now have proven to me they are not separate from the administration. I need a Congress that is separate from an administration and willing to do the right thing and hold people accountable. And we don't have that anymore. That is why more GOP members of Congress are retiring and leaving in numbers than we've ever seen. That's why. What is Daisy saying? Because y'all are talking to Daisy more than you're listening to me. Who are you, Daisy? Why should anybody listen to you? You don't even got no damn picture up. Yeah, Daisy, you're telling people to know the facts before they do anything. Who are you to tell people what to do? What's your track record? Daisy, here's what I want to know. What's your track record on telling people facts and information? What's your track record on advocacy and organizing? What's your track record in giving people facts and truth? What is your track record while you're busy telling people what the fuck to do? Tell me what your track record is, Daisy. You don't have one. You don't have one. My saying is, ain't nobody talking to you. You up here, you telling people what to do. Don't nobody know you. So listen, Daisy.
It's about information, man.
Let me just say this.
Trafficking information.
Daisy, when you aren't having to work, feel free to come back. Because for right now, I'm not letting you run your mouth in the comments no more. No, Robin, you're not the only person that y'all quit talking to Daisy. She can't talk back. Her ass is muted. She can't talk back no more. And it's not because I don't want her. She don't want to come up on the panel. Then she's not going to keep distracting in the comments. We got work to do. We have real work to do. And I'm not going to sit up here and let her ass distract. I'm not doing that. So I want to show you all the other part of this. So if you listen to the states that I'm about to name, and I want you to put a 1 if you live in any of these states. Are you ready? If you live in Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona, New Hampshire, or New Mexico, I'm going to repeat them again. Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona, New Hampshire, New Mexico. I love all them ones. Okay, so you folks, I got something for you. Now, this is where I really want you to listen. Oh, I'm going to get excited. I'm going to get excited. I'm going to get excited. He did write the shit. I showed it on Truth Social. Shut up. Bye. Here, hold on. I'm going to give you an opportunity real quick. Listen, I'm just done with people right now. He didn't really write this. I just showed the shit on Truth Social. Yes, he did. So, Midnight, how are you?
I'm chilling.
Okay, great. So just give me 1 minute, okay? And I just want to share something with you, okay? So I'm gonna just pull this up and I'm gonna flip my camera around so you can see that this is my computer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so watch. I'm just gonna go to Truth Social real quick. And you see how I'm on Truth Social? You see that? So I'm gonna click this button, which is gonna give you only the post from the President of the United States. You see that? So I'm going to keep scrolling backwards because, see, this one's 11 hours ago. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. And here we go. What does that say? Today will be Power Plant Day, Tuesday, and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you will be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. So it would appear, Midnight, that the President of the United States did in fact say that very thing.
Yes.
Do you have any questions, Midnight, about that? Okay. Appreciate it.
Yo.
I just wanted you to be able to know for sure. Okay.
All right. Is this the reason I seen gas prices in like a small country town, like middle of America? It's at $9.99. That's like the max. It can't go past that.
Yes, it can. There is no max. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, get one.
I'm saying on the pump, it's going to say like $9.99.
Yeah.
Filled up with nines.
So let me just tell you the reason that you see that. Okay. Thank you, Tiffany. The reason why you see that is because of the war in Iran, 100%. And I'm just going to share this, and this is not fear mongering. I want you to, if you are on TikTok a lot, I want you to go follow a guy by the name of Mr. Global. Okay. He is an expert in oil and gas. He owns an oil and gas company. He literally wrote the global standards for Shell. Okay. So $140 per barrel is the current price of Brent crude oil. The last time it was this high was in 2008 before the huge recession that just ended real estate and we were all really fucked, right? So in about 60 days or so, we're going to start to feel the impact of what's happening right now, because it takes 3 to 4 weeks for the crude oil to actually be delivered that you are buying right now. So in about another 30, 45 days, it is going to be horrendous. He was on with me 2 weeks ago. He is fantastic. His name is Mr. Global. Absolutely go listen to him. But yes, and it's not just gas. I want you to understand this. So it's going to be everything that comes through the strait, everything. So that's going to be gas. That's going to be fertilizer. That's going to be materials for plastics. It's going to be all of those things. So I would recommend, if you do not have one, get a garden, right? Even if you're in an apartment, get a garden, get an apartment for your garden. Yep. Medicines is also going to be a big thing. We get 90% of our basic minerals and stuff, like our raw stuff for our antibiotics, from China. So just,
oh God.
Yeah. So just so that everyone understands, yeah, this is a big deal. And the fact that we do not have a commander-in-chief that can diplomatically handle the global stage, we are even more fucked than usual. But yeah, that is why you see, so it's going to be gas prices. I recommend, if you have family and friends around you, work together. I would find a community garden. I would get a Costco membership and you guys chip in on groceries together. All of those things.
Jeez.
I would really recommend all of those things. Matter of fact, if you go to my profile, Midnight, you can see 2 of the clips from when Mr. Global was with me. Okay. All right. So for all of you guys that live in the states that I just gave you, I want to talk to my people in those states for just a second. Y'all ready? Because I got something. I have a gift for all of you guys. So if you live in those 12 states that I just named, okay? So yes, it affects everybody. It affects everyone, the UK, everywhere, because it's global. This is global, guys. It's not just us. So hold on, Jay Owen. I'll get there in just a second. So listen, what I did for all of you all, was I looked at your state's election data for the last 5 years for every federal election that you've had. And then I looked at every county in your state that has had margins of 10% or less for the majority of those last 5 elections. Why? Because progressives are performing at plus 13. Got it? Now, I'm going to show you what that looks like. Yes, Katrina, it's recorded. You can watch it on YouTube and Facebook. All right, so let me show you guys what that looks like. Where are my Michiganders at? Do I have my Michigan folks in the house? Where are you? Am I sharing my screen with y'all? Hold on, let me share. Michiganders, where you at? So Michiganders, you will see that this is your 2020 presidential, your Senate, your House, right? Your 2024 House. And then look, I put them all together. Yeah, Chew. So that I could identify which of these counties. So all of these counties have 10% or less. So let me show you what that looks like. So from a presidential perspective, Republicans won Michigan by 80,000, right? Just in these 16 counties in Michigan, 47,000 people voted third party. That is 59% of the deficit in just 16 of Michigan's counties. In Michigan 1, there are only 4 counties, Benzie, Grand Traverse, Leelanau, and Marquette, right? Out of these four counties, for House District 1, which is big time red, the deficit is 101,000. Just these 4 counties cuts that in half. You have half in just 4 counties to flip this seat. I've done that in Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia. So when you talk about what counties do we focus on in my state, the first answer is all of them, right? All of them. But the second answer is these counties have the greatest opportunity to be flipped this year. And so in those counties, you give those counties extra love and attention with information that is relevant to them. You follow me? Because this is how you make progress. And you're not going into neighborhoods saying, hey, you need to vote out all the Republicans. No, you're going into neighborhoods saying, hey, listen, I know we've got elections coming up, and I want to just give you some information that I found online. Do you know? And I would start with this. Hey, I just want to know, I've got information about Medicaid. Do you have any friends or family that are on Medicaid? They're going to say yes, right? They're going to say yes. Great. Here's some information. Yes, I did Ohio. So listen, here's some information specifically for you. There's a QR code on there if you want to join our online meetings to find out more information. And then you leave. That's all you do. Hey, do you know anybody that has Medicaid or SNAP? Oh, you do? Here's some information for you. If you have any questions, just click that QR code and sign up, and you can join us online, right? And now all of a sudden, you are not preaching about a party. You are talking about what matters to people.
Hey, Dani, I'm in the 11th Congressional District in New Jersey,
where
Mikey Sherrill was forming there. So maybe pull that up so we make it real for them. So we're not just talking out of our minds, you know. And,
you said you're Jersey 11?
Mm-hmm. New Jersey 11.
Yep.
We have an election tomorrow, by the way, people who are in that district.
Yeah. So let me show you. This is New Jersey 11. And whoever asked me to do Texas 28, I have not forgotten you. I got you.
Yeah, while she's looking that up, let me just tell you guys what I did like all last year, and I've been overwhelmed this year. I was tracking to see how different laws that were passed, executive orders, initiatives, memos, and rulings at the Supreme Court and stuff tie back to Project 2025, right? How the national security strategy, the NSPM 7 memo, and that kind of stuff. I was using like tracking different stories and I have a bunch of links, and I uploaded the spreadsheet to my Substack doing the same thing. So it's kind of like a similar thing like what Dani does, like a lot of data you pull in from stories and
you're welcome. You're welcome, Blanca. This is yours.
Stories and stuff like this is mine.
Yeah, you're 16,000 for Medicaid, and 60% of the nursing home residents in Jersey have Medicaid.
Yep. I figured so.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
So there are astronomical numbers in other places. Like, let me show you this. This is Washington State. Is it 4 or 6, you guys? That's Washington State District 4.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I've seen numbers higher than that one.
Yeah, but yet Hegseth can spend $15.1 million in 1 month on steaks.
Yeah.
Steaks.
What I want people to know, and this is what I really want people, like regular working class people. Okay. What I want everyone to understand is they don't give a shit about anybody except the rich. They don't. There is a hierarchy for them. The rich are on the very top. And that means the rich that are on everybody. Tippy Cat. The way that you get this info is by joining. Nope. Listen, guys. The people who are joining, like, because I like I said, I call this Project for the People, right? So if you go to my link tree, the very first link in my link tree, you just sign up. And then you will come to, like, we're having another meeting, and I email you all. And then what happens is this Thursday is when everybody gets access to the Google Drive. Now, let me tell you this. I'm telling everybody, the actual like project manual that I wrote, as well as the graphics, all this stuff, you guys, I've literally designed myself and copywritten. Now, I'm going to ask you to not remove watermarks and stuff just because I want you to operate with integrity. And then all I will tell you is that if you choose to not operate in integrity, then, your karma will be yours. Okay. So, no worries, Robin. So here we go. So, Texas 28, that's what she asked me for. So let me show you real quick. 61,000. That is Texas 28. I love that, Robin. So you guys will get a link to come to Thursday's meeting. And that meeting starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay.
This is really amazing, Dani. This is amazing that you did all of this work. This is really amazing. This is really amazing. This is like not like explode your head amazing.
I appreciate that. So let me show you. I've also got some graphics that are for the entire country. Okay. So I'll show you what I mean. So these are flyers. So these flyers are in my Discord and you're free to share them now. This is about what we're doing. Oh, this is the Spanish one. This is the about what we're doing, and people can just scan the QR code. And I've got people that are giving these out now or posting them online, right? You're welcome, Blanca. But in addition, like this one, this is a flyer that people can do this week. Look, it literally, the majority of Medicaid adults work. And then I intentionally picked red, blue, and yellow, red, blue, and purple states, right? And the reason why I did red, blue, and purple states is to demonstrate in all of them. Yes, I will. 1 moment. 62 to 77%. no matter whether they are red leaning or blue leaning, it doesn't matter, right? The majority of Medicaid adults work. And so this is the myth. The myth is people are taking advantage of Medicaid and choosing not to work to get benefits for free. But the reality is the majority of adults on Medicaid do work, regardless of whether it's a red state, blue state, or purple state. So given that, don't let the rich make working class people blame each other. Corporations should pay a living wage. Right? And so then you can scan the QR code to join part of the movement, right? And so that's it. So these are the types of flyers that I'm creating. And so we will have specific days of action where, I'm going to say, hey, everybody, this particular day at this time, let's all post at the same time and say this, right? And use the same hashtags.
Hey, Dani, just message me all of that. Message me the stuff. I'm going to join you up right now.
Yeah.
Listen to it for a while.
Yeah, it's literally, I done clicked the wrong damn thing. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I'm back. So appreciate it. Yeah. So like this for me this was the thing, folks. I love that, Tippy. Yay. So this is the thing. So the other thing that we're doing, and you see, I get really excited when I talk about this stuff. So the other thing that we're doing is we're having workshops where we role play about how to have conversations with people. Because it's not just the information, y'all. The information is out there. The facts are out there, but it's knowing how to talk to somebody. That's it, right? And so, no, don't tell people it's a movement. Just say, hey, because you're going into your community, right? And all you're doing is saying, hey, do you know anybody that's on Medicaid? Do you know anybody that has SNAP benefits? The answer is going to be yes. And the reason I ask if they know anybody instead of asking them if they are is because that's a very intrusive question to ask someone. People are proud, at least where I come from. People are proud. People don't want to tell you if they are struggling right off the bat. They don't know you, right? So all you have to do instead is say, hey, do you know anybody in this area or in our congressional district that have Medicaid or on SNAP? And when they say, yeah, all you got to do is say, great, here's some information about from the bill last year that's going to be changing Medicaid over the next few years. And so I wanted to make sure that you have it and you can tell the people in your life, right? And then all you say is, and there's a QR code there if you want to join up and find out what we're doing and whatever. And so like I did a whole 45-minute webinar about what this is, and it's on my link tree. You can go click the link tree and listen. I'm in the link tree. Jesus, my YouTube. You can go to my YouTube and listen to the 45-minute webinar where I walk you through the entire thing. Because I just got tired of people saying to me, what can we do about it? What can we do? And what I found was there was no Democratic playbook. There was no progressive playbook, right? And so I wanted to write one and give people resources to do something with it, right? So can I get Cam or somebody to do me a mod announcement real quick while I help Mila? Y'all, my grandbabies use the restroom and she needs a little help. She's one of them children. I don't know if y'all got children like this, that when they do number 2, they feel like they can't do it with any piece of clothing on. And so then when she needs to get dressed, I need to help her get her clothes back inside out. So I got to go help the baby put her clothes on. I will be right back.
You were good because, you and I are in the same age. Or not you and I, but
Yes.
So I get it.
She'd be like, Tutu, can you help me? I'm like, and we didn't do the other. I said, Mila, why do you have to? She said, because it's comfortable. I said, okay, girl. I'm just not
it's a whole thing. Yeah. My daughter doesn't need to take everything off, but she definitely needs to needs help. It's a whole process. But anyways, welcome in for everybody who's here. We have about 600 or so people, so thanks everybody for being here in Dani's Live. If you're just joining, or if you've only been here for the last few minutes, Dani's been talking about Project for the People, which is Dani's initiative, her movement, whatever you want to call it. It's the alternate to what's it called? Project 2025, right, from the Heritage Foundation. So This is, the more progressive version written by Dani and initiated by Dani. So, hey, everybody. I don't be looking at the chat when I'm up here. It's a lot. So, yeah, if you have not already, please go up to the top left-hand corner, go to Dani's link tree in her bio and sign up for a Project for the People. She has a Google form where you fill out your information about your name, where you're located, all of that good stuff. Just an FYI, that doesn't go to anyone else but Dani. It's just so that she can kind of group people together if they're interested in working as teams or collaborating with people in their local area. So, for example, yep, perfect, good, thanks. So yeah, if you're in, for example, she listed off Wisconsin as one of those states. If you're in Wisconsin, Dani will be able to say, hey, we got 7 people in Wisconsin, and she will kind of connect those people together so that they can kind of collaborate and get out there and, help the movement and work together. So please, everybody, there's about 600 people in this chat right now. So that means that all 600 of you should be going to Dani's Linktree, clicking in her bio and signing up for Project for the People.
Thank you, sister.
So please do that if you haven't. Like I said, I'm sure a lot of you have already signed up, but if you haven't already, I'm expecting, like I said, there's 600 of you right now. I'm expecting 600 new registrations.
Oh, yeah.
Few minutes.
I'm about that life.
Yeah, I'm expecting about 600 new. Done. Cool. Awesome. Done. Thanks for everybody doing it as I'm speaking. So I'm going to give you guys like 20 seconds to go ahead and do that. And then Dani will start again and we'll carry on. But
I love that. I'm literally looking right now. I know how many I had the last time I looked.
Yep.
What, baby?
Yeah. How do I get to so the Google Drive? So Dani was showing the Google Drive on the live, and she has shown it before. You will not have the Google Drive from the link tree right now. Right now, all you're doing, step 1, is only thing that's being asked of you is to go register in Dani's bio. You will not see all of the data
until Thursday.
Yeah, she's been showing charts, graphics, all of that. You will not have access to that. That is step 2. Right now, we're on step 1, which is just registration. So focus on registration for now. And then as far as the data and the graphics, that will come after you have registered and after you join us on Thursday.
Mila.
And I believe if you cannot come on Thursday for whatever reason, I'm like 99% certain that Dani will record it, just like she did with the initial kickoff that we had with the webinar, the kickoff meeting. So
the white charger plugged in the wall. Hand it to me.
So again, one last time, just take 10 more seconds. Go ahead and register if you have not. Flood Dani's Google form. You have, like I said, there's 600 people, so there's no reason why at least 100 more can't come through in the next few seconds. So it's very simple. Again, repeat Dani's bio, click on the Project for the People, and register right now.
Love that. Thank you, Cam. Appreciate you. All right.
No problem.
Here, baby. Hear me. Now you're good. All right. So so listen. Oh, also, let me also tell you for so subscribers / super fans, we are doing another movie night. It is going to be 1 week from today at 8 p.m. 1 week from today at 8 p.m. We are going to watch the documentary Pray Away together. Yeah, you only have to. So Renee, you only have to do this form that's in my thing. You only have to do it once. So once you do the one that asks you for your county, your city, and your state, you only have to do that one time. One time. And the reason why is because all the other times I didn't get your geographical information, so I can't connect you with other people. But with this one form, once you do it once, I just upload you into my mailing list, and then I have your city, your state, and your county. And it's really flipping amazing because I love that, Nawanda. So when I sort my sheet, I sort it by state first, then by county, and then by city. So when it sorts all my data, it just funnels you down. So when I look at it, I can literally see, all right, this is how many people I have in this state. This is how many people I have in this county. This is how many people I have in this city that's in that county. And so then I can get the map out of that state, and then I can see, ooh, these people are here and they're over here and they're over here. And even though you might not be in the same state or the same county, maybe you're in neighboring counties. And then all of a sudden, people, you now have a collective, right? You now have a collective. You now have an entire group of people that you can get connected with. And if nothing else, at first, you can get connected via TikTok, or you can get connected via email first. And then if you want to get connected in real life, you could absolutely do all of those things. Building, yes, I will do that. Yes, Kat, I got you. So I want to give you guys something. So yeah, so right now, 50 people have signed up. 50 people have signed up. So if you have registered for, make that 51, another one just came through. If you have signed up for Project for the People, drop a heart of any color in here. And I am looking really quickly to see if I see a state that we don't have already. Because I think it would be so dope to get people in all 50 states. We're in 40 now, but I think it would be incredible to get people in all 50 states. So look at all those people. I love it. I love it. Okay, so listen, we got to have a real talk about midterms and change, okay? We got to have a real talk, and I want you to hear me. There are very few people that feel as the way that I do about our Palestinian friends. I love them immensely and dearly. Okay. Immensely. And I wish that every single candidate and every single person in Congress wasn't taking AIPAC money. What I know is that the vast majority of them are Republican and Democrat. Okay. So that means I have to be strategic about how I can help Palestine long term. So what does that mean? That means the midterms. If the only progressive candidate that I have is someone who has taken AIPAC money, I still have to vote for them over the Republican candidate, simply because I know that I'm going to lose with both of them when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? I already know that. But what I'm going to lose even more is if I don't vote for the Democratic person, right? Then the domestic policies, that's your Medicaid, your SNAP benefits, your workers' comp, your all the things, right? All of the things that impact us on the domestic side. Domestically, the policies tend to be better for working class people from the Democratic Party, right? Education, all the things, right? So, but here's what's so great about this, because we can't have 2 more years with no checks and balances in Congress. But here's what's great about this. Democrats know that this is the last fucking election that they get to operate like this. They understand. Yeah, baby.
Greet this.
You want me to watch you do what?
I said to greet this.
Greet this? How? Show me.
Greet this.
Okay. Okay, girl. But this is the last time. Yeah, that's me, LaBoo. Because from this point forward, everyone knows that 2028, we're not doing the fucking status quo anymore. Folks, let me just tell you. So when people say both parties are the same, when it comes to foreign policy, there ain't much difference between the two. If we're being honest, right? When it comes to foreign policy, especially Israel, there's not much difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. But when it comes to domestic issues, when it comes to education, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to your First Amendment rights, when it comes to your bodily autonomy, when it comes to all those things, they are not the same at all. There is only one party that went to the Supreme Court to try not to pay SNAP benefits to people. Right? There's only one party that has done executive orders to try to take away people's fundamentals right. There's only one party out here using the words like woke and DEI and da-da-da. There's only one party trying to limit women.
something? I want to stress something to this. I have gotten blocked by people that used to be my friends on here because I said, listen, man, we need to vote for Carmen 2024. I want to retread that from it. When you hear your domestic situation is hell, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you can't find food to eat, you're on food lines, your health care's going up by more than $1,000 a month, like a former parent, one of my fellow parents at my son's school told me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the energy or the headspace to focus on what's happening
Mila.
in Israel. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the
Can you help
headspace
me?
to focus on what's happening overseas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know? You don't have that space. So all that a lot of black people were saying, and I was saying, you were saying, like, so you said 2024, you were saying the same thing. Listen, we know Joe Biden was terrible on Israel, okay? And we're with you. We're pro-Palestine folks, we're with you on that. But they wanted punishment so immediately and get back right away that they said, no, we can't fight for it because they're going to be uncommitted. So basically, our domestic situation has gone to hell, and we're basically struggling to survive domestically. What time or resources are we going to now have to support our Palestinian brothers and sisters? You know, it's just not something that most normal people of average, regular means can afford to do. You know?
Yeah. I am stupid excited.
For instance, like people in Gaza right now, do you think, people in Gaza supported the Black Lives Matter movement back in the day?
We just got Montana today. That's a state that we didn't have. We didn't have Montana. And we have Montana. Sorry, but I'm excited right now. We didn't have Montana. So whoop, whoop, whoop. Montana in the house. Okay, so that was a state we didn't have. That makes me really happy.
You're almost there.
Shit, we got Delaware too. We got Montana and Delaware today. Sorry, y'all. I'm excited. So for the person who is in the chat that is typing in all caps, could you please not do that? All caps are reserved for moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. I would appreciate it. Yeah, you're Montana. Love that. Yes, I'm really excited. Aw, I love that. I was just scanning through, like looking like, ooh, is that one we don't have? And then I saw Montana and I knew good and well we didn't have Montana. So that makes me really excited. Okay, sorry about that, but I just popped right on in there.
No, that's beautiful. I'm happy for that. You know, I was just saying, it's like when you're presently in the midst of domestic hardship within your country, right? There's no way you would have the headspace or the resources to focus on a country outside. You know, it's like, it's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? So folks were all pissed at people like me that said, listen, man, it's like, we need to focus on getting our domestic situation right, and then we could continue to pressure the administration, if Kamala gets in, to move away from the status quo, the decades-old status quo with respect to Israel, right? And what happened? Folks wanted to abstain, you know, and all that kind of stuff, and wanted to punish the Biden administration right away, went Green Party and all of that stuff in very key areas, and that's not even talking about, you know, the suspicion that they did some untoward things, but let's not get into that.
Yeah.
We don't have any real proof.
Yeah. I mean, here's the reality, folks. This is just the reality is there's no protest votes this year. Protest votes have put us in a position that is very dangerous. Where we are right now is more, it's the closest. Do you think there is time to get someone new? You mean, what do you mean, Warrior Squirrel? Do you mean in Congress? Is that what you mean? Because the answer has to be yes, right? Like that, the answer has to be yes.
Primary the hell out of the person you don't want. You do it in the primaries. That's where you agitate. You agitate like hell in the primary. You agitate like hell to run some to primary your sitting senator or congressperson up for re-election. You put the fear of God in them, okay? You primary them, you force them to listen to you, right? You either kick them out of office or you give them a run for their money, so much so that they say, okay, maybe I need to change, moderate your stuff.
And a lot of them,
to the general, don't play around.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just can't happen. But let me just tell you, I love that red part of Cali. I love that. So let me just tell you all, I want you all to understand something. We have 7 months before the midterms. 7 months. And we are averaging, well, we're blowing it out of the water right now, but as of yesterday made 3 full weeks since I even did my first webinar to talk about this. We're averaging like 100 people joining a week, right? If we're almost at 400, by the way, just right now. But listen, if we were to continue just at that moment, we would have thousands of people by the midterms. And I really want you to stop and think about the times 6 and the times 6 and the times 6 and the times 6, and just how great of a tremendous impact that can be across the whole country. So Brooke, you wanted to say something? Mina, hold on, I'll get to you next.
I want to zoom out and make a larger point, which is that we have all this is happening because there's a few things. There's transnational crime, Jewish mob, Italian mob, and the cartels running things. Sorry about the all caps. That was me, by the way.
Gotcha.
But more than that, we have a zip code problem. And that is creating and I'll explain what that is in just a second. We're in siloed environments. There's a loneliness epidemic. Half the country, 170 million Americans with 0 to 2 friends. I'm in it right now because of a bunch of life factors. The former U.S. Surgeon General, the lovely Dr. Vivek Murthy, wrote about it in an 82-page report from spring 2023. If half of us have 0 to 2 friends, how do you make a friend? How do you do business or get a job? How do you fall in love? So we have all this crazy stuff because we don't have shared values in this country. And what needs to happen to calm things down here and overseas, we need to build intentional communities in real life, not on screens, in safe environments with vetted people where you have community potlucks, community gardens, community murals, live music and live theater, where it's not all problem all day. And that is the path forward because we're all online and we're at different socioeconomic, educational levels. But to circle back to what I was saying about the zip code problem, I'm a former reference librarian. And years ago, I was at the mall. I never go to the mall. And they had this thing up about the zip code problem. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Need to find out. The zip code you live in or born into is literally a lottery ticket. And what this means is it affects the vote. People are in food, education, transportation, news, health, mental health, and environmental deserts. So if I'm talking to somebody in, I don't know, some podunk town, and they don't have the education, that they haven't been exposed to other cultures, they haven't traveled like you have and have the military experience, it's going to create these racist environments. The only way to flip that is you have to bring it off screens and out into public where it's just, okay, here's Thai food, here's Chicago steppin' dancing, which is a black dance. Here's, learning about Arabic and all these things. So I'm getting, as an American, on forums with people from the Middle East, forums with people who are African-American from the U.S., to get into different rooms to see how people see, think, and feel. Because a lot of America is in fixed mindset, which is how we got to MAGA.
So
hearts and minds are changed in person.
So here's what I will say. I will say this, having been someone that has done a ton of advocacy, activism, and organizing online, you can absolutely change minds and hearts online. I do it in this space and have done it for years now in this space. I've literally done it with MAGAs in this space, like on the panel, just like you are right now. And in a conversation, turn them at least 90 degrees. And in some cases, quite a few cases, turn them 180 degrees. It's
online as well.
Yeah. And so
people's minds.
Yeah, I think that the thing that it is about how you go about having conversation. And so one of the things that I believe that people forget or don't take into account is it has been a solid decade that we have been in a hostile political environment. 10 years consistently. There has been no break in that. What has happened in the midst of that is a global pandemic, okay, where everyone was literally disconnected from each other and millions of people died in the process. And we live in a country that doesn't have universal health care. We live in a country where many communities don't have access to mental health and things like that. And so all of those things combined together have created a situation where, so like I believe that the majority of us do have shared values. I think that we have been made to believe that we don't because there's a particular group of people that would like for us to blame each other for what the reality is. But I bet you money that if you walk into your community and you ask them, can you name for me 10 people in the grocery store that you're okay with them not getting their food benefits? They won't name them for you. Pick out 10 people in your church that you don't want to have access to health care. They're not going to pick out 10 people. Why? Because the vast majority of us want that for people. The thing is that they have been taught to believe that in order for other people to get those things, you have to lose something. So the question is, if it doesn't cost you anything, and these people could eat, would you want them to eat? The answer is yes. We do have shared values. It's cutting through the noise and it is giving information in a way that builds first connection and second creates understanding. And that's it. Once you build connection with someone and you create understanding, you are on the path. You don't have to agree on every single thing, but once you connect with someone and you create an understanding, they are less likely to vote for and support candidates that have policies that will harm you, because now they understand you. And once they understand you, they can't ununderstand. They may not understand all your choices, but they understand your thought process. They understand your heart. They've connected with you over something. And so that's the reason why in the workshops we role play. It's the reason why I role play on this app. Like if you follow me on here or if you follow me on Facebook or YouTube, you have seen me take sections off of a live where I have literally role played with people that are having trouble talking to their family about the issues that are facing us, right? And I'll say, I'll be you, you be them. And I have no other context other than I can't talk to my brother. And then we just role play, right? And the reason I do that is because it's necessary. So I believe that when we talk about things, there are four major, what I call pillars of policy. Those four pillars of policy are, well, watch this. Watch in the chat. Folks, can you tell me what he stands for? Watch the chat. What does he stand for? What are the four pillars of policy? Healthcare. What's the E? Education, housing, and the last E? Economy. Right. So it is healthcare, education, housing, and economy. I teach it by saying he, because people don't forget it. Right. And so almost every issue that someone wants to talk to you about, it comes back to one of those four things. And sometimes that issue comes back to more than one thing because they have places of intersection. Now, when we talk about those four things, those four pillars of policy, there's a way that we have to talk about them. So I believe that there are four things that you have to bring to every conversation. And if you bring those four things to every conversation, you will establish at the very least, understanding, even if you don't get agreement. And they're putting it in the box. It's carved. Yes, baby.
Take the stingy thing away from me.
Okay. Well, tell Bella, Tucci said put it back for right now, and I'll be off here soon. So, right, it's CARV, CARV, right? So, here's the question for you guys. Tell me what CARV stands for. Hold on a second before you do CARV. Brooke, you said there's something missing. What's that?
Yeah, and that is, we have. This is all great, and I realize you get through to people online, but if people are living in loveless, touchless environments,
Okay, just give me a second.
I don't want to say what I'm about to say in front of a child, so if they're in the room, I want to. Are they standing there?
No.
Oh, okay. We have a huge incel culture in the United States, so it's opposite of the Epstein files. I did a huge set of interviews in Chicago with people not having any intimacy for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and more. A large sample size. If people are not having schmecks and all you're doing is working or going to school, that energy is going somewhere. And there are now, like, okay, you can get through to someone, but if mostly people are alone and on screens, that only goes so far, which is why I brought up, I hear you're getting through to people online, but it doesn't replace the fact you can't pet a dog online, you can't eat a lemon tart online, you can't hold someone's hand, hug them, kiss them online, you can't see how the culture moves. I can't have chicken shawarma online. I can't do Chicago Step-In with a real man online. So we have underground fight clubs training men for violence. We have online video games training people for violence. And there's websites where men are planning to unalive their wives or partners that's catching wildfire. And yes, and somebody's making a nasty comment. Here I am. Yeah, because it's cold where I am right now. So people are making comments. Whatever, I don't need to explain all my whole stuff. And the other thing is they're getting trained inside violent video games. The rage that men have from being incels and not being in person and people and being in no-touch environments is making this catch like fire. So this can only do so much.
So here's what I will say, is that I don't know that, so here's what I would say. I don't believe that video games have anything to do with violence. I think that we have a society that that promotes that. We have a society that teaches boys when they are younger to channel all of their emotions.
What I'm saying is there are websites on the dark web training men for violence, and in Roblox, they are getting kids into Epstein file type activities. This is happening. This I've been told by people in intelligence. It's happening right now.
Okay,
like wildfire.
But here's what I would say. Okay, is because I play Roblox with my grandbabies, and as a grandparent, we have their account set up so that they're not able to chat, they're not able to accept friends, they're not able to whatever, right? And so you have those risks throughout. Guess what? Before Roblox, they were doing that at Boy Scouts, right? So the reality is that those types of things have always existed, whether they are online or whether they are somewhere else, right? So we've had that. Hell, to be quite frank, we had it in churches, and we've had it in temple, and we've had it in everywhere else. So that is not a symptom of necessarily the video game. It's wherever those types of people are, right? So I think that's important. Number two, we have a society that has taught men from the beginning of time, especially since they were children, to channel all their emotion into anger, right? So a boy gets hurt. There was a video that was going around a couple of years ago, and it was a little boy that was at the doctor, and he got a shot. And the daddy was going, "You're all right, toughen up. You're all right, toughen up. Get tough." And that's what we teach our children. Yes, baby.
Put it on the floor. And I'll take it and then put it on the floor.
Okay, good job. And so this is what we have told our kids for forever, that is the proper way for a male to to express themselves. And so I think in all things, okay, Mila, I think in all things, it's everything in moderation, right? And so the thing that I think is crucial is there are going to be people that cannot get out into their communities. I have people in my community that are disabled. I have people in my community that don't have the means and the availability to be able to do those things. So we meet them where they are. One of the things that we do in this community, and one of the things that we're literally doing on Saturday, is getting out physically into our communities and connecting with our neighbors, right? So that all of that is part of what we're doing, right? So we're reaching people where they are and reestablishing connection within our communities and within our neighborhoods. I personally don't subscribe to the thought process that that video games is responsible for men being violent. I just don't. I'm in the military. I just don't. I don't subscribe to music either. I mean, there have been studies after studies that demonstrate that even hip hop has had nothing to do with an increase in violence. There's been nothing that shows a link between those things. You can have people that that have not experienced either of those things and be violent.
I got it right and then put it back to the floor.
Okay. So I think that it just depends on the parentings and the household. And if we want to start to talk about parenting in households, then you have to come back to economics. And a lot of what we are talking about, appreciate you, Kat. A lot of what we're, if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty of the majority of the issues that we have in this country, it comes down to classism. It comes down to the finances and the way that this country.
But it's also, there's a lack of empathy. There's a lack of skin to skin contact. As far as what you're saying about video games and music, words are programming words. So they're like spells. So I could say this sucks or it's a challenge. It's going to completely change your outlook. If I spend a lot of time watching violent movies, which I watch none of, I'm going to get a different experience in my body.
I will tell you this. I am a disabled veteran who watches true crime damn near 24/7. And I don't have any of that in my life. And I'm probably the most empathetic, compassionate person that anyone could ever meet. Those are not, so okay. Correlations are not causations.
But that's, there are other studies that show the opposite. Just because you have found studies to back up your point of view doesn't mean that there isn't other data.
I didn't name a study. I literally just am talking about me and what I know, right? And so.
And I know the opposite. I have different experience and different data. I'm not saying you personally are acting in that way. I'm not saying that, Dani, at all. But there is a mountain of data going the other direction.
Okay, can I interject something here? What you're saying is one thing, but I find your conversation seems a little bit silent. It's not acknowledging the intersectionality, the multivariate intersectionality of various things that goes into why people have these dangerous antisocial behaviors, right? There's a lot of intersection. There's people talk about classism, but there's also race. There's also culture, all right, as well.
I agree with you.
So those things, Bella. You cannot just say, like Dani says.
Will you give me some water?
Myself as well. I've played a lot of violent games. Like Mortal Kombat 1 is one of my favorite games. I love that game, right? And I watch action movies like nobody's business. Very graphic action movies. I love action movies. Me, I'm one of the most empathetic people you would ever meet, like Dani is saying. Very empathetic. I cry during movies, like to the point where my wife teases me. You know what I'm saying? All right? Okay, I'm a big burly black dude that's very empathetic, but at the same time, I find it's a cop-out to blame media and art for it. When it's more societal. It's more societal. stifle than anything else.
We have 50,000 violent shootings in America.
Mm-hmm.
People are modeling from the behaviors that they see. We're not, the divorce rate is 70%, cheating is 60%, and single parenthood is 50%. You get good at what you see and what you practice.
We are not modeling. So let me just say this, what we know is that when you take crime back to the source, the vast majority of crime is caused by poverty. It is not caused by watching violent video games. Most crime occurs when you get to the root of it. Once you get past the addiction, once you get past the anger, once you get past everything, the root cause of the vast majority of crime is poverty. So it's not from video games. I mean, I'm Gen X, so.
And also when it comes to like the white supremacist crime, a lot of it goes back centuries. The way the country was set up, it goes back to certain ideology. You know what I'm saying? Like people think they can run up into the Buffalo supermarket and do what they did. They feel justified. It's because of how they're raised. It's an enculturation. It has less to do with the fact they watch violent video games. The violent video games is the icing on top of the cake of the racial caste system we have here and the socio-cultural magnetism that does. You know what I'm saying? Of course, economic factors as well. But we need to acknowledge the intersectionality of many different things. Why is it a lot of these violent crimes are committed by mainly men and not women? You have to think about that. Okay? Not to say women don't exist in the same society that men do. Women coexist with men all the time. It has a lot to do with their socialization within society. The roles that women are encultured into in society.
Yes.
Versus what men are encultured into in society. And why is it that a majority of these violent crimes, like if you want to look at a group that commits the majority of violent crimes,
feelings.
Wait. But I'm saying again, there's an intersectionality.
Yes, I know.
White males don't get the kind of flack that they need to get. But black males like myself have seen us way more dangerous than we actually are.
Yes, I'm aware. I agree with you.
So white males have that proclivity to be violent, and they perpetrate the most violence, not just against other white people, but against against women, or against all other non-white groups in the United States. White males lead that.
I agree with you.
Why is that?
And I know that.
Why is that? That's something that's older than video games and music and the kind of music. That's much older. It's just the thing I describe it as something chimerical.
It's not older than music, but
not older than music, but it's kind of chimerical. It's chimerical. It has this source, this main source, this life source of it, which has been around hundreds of years, and it absorbs what it needs to absorb to keep a certain ideology, to keep the certain socio-cultural product going, that it puts out there going. And it absorbs what it needs to. It absorbs maybe music, it absorbs video games. But the video games by itself is not the cause of it. That's the point that Dani's trying to make to you, what I'm trying to make to you. The video games and the music is not the cause.
Hold on. I didn't say it was the cause. I said it is one cause. I didn't say it's the cause. I never said that. So what I say, what each of us says and what the other person hears is very different. So what I said and what I meant, and it goes into your brain, kind of like the black box on the plane, and the plane crashes and you find out what really happens. What you're hearing and what I'm saying can be two very different things. And I'm seeing that play out right here. The other thing is with white culture, there is not, I sing in a black gospel choir. We don't have any kind of thing like that in white culture. Come over here, honey, let's sit around the table, let's talk stories. I'm going to model this behavior, you're going to do this. There's not that thing. It's very, how do I want to say this? In large measure, very surface level, and is lacking feelings. It's about being human doings and about otherizing every other racial group. I have a diverse family, so I know the difference. But if you think I'm saying it's boiled down to one simplistic point, I'm not saying that. And you've heard one tiny fraction of what I'm saying. That's all I want to say.
So for me, I don't draw I don't draw a percentage of causation between violence in video games or violence in music, right? I think those may be something that someone is there, right? Maybe somebody who commits a violent act does play a ton of video games, but I don't believe that the correlation existing is even part of the causation.
But people are modeling behaviors. They're seeing violence. They're hearing violent words. There is a mountain of data, studies, in addition. But you know what? I'm going to stop here because you're not going to convince me of your point, and I'm not going to convince you of my point. So,
but I wasn't trying to convince you of a point. Like I wasn't trying to convince you of a point.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
I don't, that's not ever my objective. Okay. What I know is that when you say that people are modeling behavior, what I think is that people will model the behavior in their homes, from their father to their mother, much faster than they will from a video game. Right. I think when we talk about modeling behavior, it is most often what people see in real life. I guess she left. Yes, girls.
Yeah, it's a shame. What I wanted to say to her,
Can I have snacks?
Yes. Can you ask Dominic to warm it up for you?
In video games, I look at it as something like this. There's ball of energy that's rolling from centuries ago, right? Which defines female culture, male culture, race, okay, class. Those things have been around since we became complex social animals, okay? And that's rolling forward. The difference in United States race has been a thing that's been centuries old. It rolls forward, absorbing things that are nascent to keep it going. But it is not the impetus for action. You know what I'm saying? It's like an ingredient that is absorbed from the environment. What metaphor am I looking for? It's kind of like I'm going to come up with a metaphor probably when I'm done with you. I'm going to have to message you about it.
No worries. I want to give Mina an opportunity to jump in as well.
Yeah.
Mina, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for letting me up. I wanted to thank you because I know you were in the military or maybe currently in there, and I just appreciate you bringing up a lot of people to talk about their experiences because I feel like that's really important. I'm not in the military, but I'm very close to several people who were and who are retired.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you can hear me, but I really appreciate you bringing that up and like sharing your story and letting people share their stories.
Yeah.
And I believe that this country, like God destined us to, be born here and to live here and to meet other people here. And I believe that, we should get an understanding. We don't have to agree on, each other's viewpoint. That's the beauty of it. Everyone has their different outlook and their different, life experiences. Mm-hmm. But we should definitely problem solve by understanding and not escalating and, in order to resolve those differences, not just with our country, but with other countries through like education, just really, getting to know each other. Even if it's on TikTok, it is what it is. This is like a whole nother thing that we're dealing with, is socializing online.
Mm-hmm.
And it has its pros and cons, just like it does when you meet someone in real life. Like there's pros and cons in ways that you can protect yourself and ways that you can't protect yourself. But for the most part, it is what it is, and we can reach so many people. And I think, you can balance it out, like maybe possibly having like a website, where you publish, I don't know, different articles and different, information. So that, and maybe people could meet up, later on, as long as it's like, no harm out of it. But I just think, education should be spread by whatever means possible. And so TikTok is just, I'm actually shy, I hardly ever get up, but I just feel like, I just wanted to thank you, number one, and then also just, accept the fact that, this is the tools that we're using and what God has given us. And he's honored us, and we should honor other people, and we should honor, just everything that we're given on this planet. Because this
should be in there somewhere. I'll look.
This is, whether we're from America or from another country, we're all on the same planet. We're all here with similar tests,
Mm-hmm.
where no one's promised tomorrow. So we just try to make the best and be grateful, and if anything, just at minimum patient, because we're not going to just be here. We will live in another area after we leave from here. But whatever we do here, just like the things that we do here, we reap those benefits or the wrongs of it. It can also happen to us after we leave. Like people don't discuss it enough, just about the actual planet that we live on. It's so intricate, so intricate. Every single aspect of our planet and the solar system and the universe that holds these things, and even just our brains, and even bigger than that, our hearts, our souls. Like every day is a way to just learn more about each other and more about why we're here. We're supposed to be here together. So I'm just really happy that you do come up. I've seen you so many times, and I'm so happy every time, because even if I disagree, you're just so nice and you let people talk.
Yeah.
And this is just what we're missing. We don't see people often at the grocery store. We don't have people come to our homes often. It is what it is. I mean, to be honest, like I have 5 kids, so I'm really like protective, like,
yeah.
And so, but I personally think, it's a lot safer, even for adults, to socialize online. I don't think it's so safe for the kids, but for the adults, yes, because it's just, you can voice something and not have something happen. Like, I don't believe in protesting just because it doesn't, it's just a personal thing. Like it could help, but it could not help. It just depends on, if you're subjecting yourself to some type of harm, if you go out there. But I'm also Generation X. I know I sound kind of young. We'll just say I've been protected,
Yeah. Well, so what I would say is that for some people, protest is the only way that they have been able to achieve absolutely anything. And when it comes to just, basic rights and the minimum, I don't think that people understand that people don't desire to exist in a situation that requires them to protest. So what I would offer people is when people choose to go protest, they absolutely understand that something bad could happen to them. And so what that should indicate is that whatever they are protesting for is worth that possibility, because whatever they're experiencing on the other side is harmful already. And so what they realize is that it is more harmful to them to continue to stay in the current position that they are in than it is to risk the possibility of hurt by speaking up and demanding something different. And so,
and of course, I agree. And even God makes it that way, where when you're under duress, when you have no other choice, you have to choose it. It's not something you normally would just do, but it's a part of the destiny, that this is the only means that God has given you in that moment to do. And obviously you should use that regardless of the consequences, because the thing is, like, if it's gonna we'll give an example. Like if you were to be in the desert and there's nothing to eat or drink, and normally these things you would not eat or drink, you have to eat or drink them to survive. That's what God would want you to do. Normally, in other circumstances, when you have other means that are more beneficial, other foods and ways of survival, then you use those things. Yes, there is a gray area with everything in life. It's not always black and white. So, and I feel that way, especially with the internet. And so like all these forms of education, whether it's entertainment or entertainment purposes.
I think the thing that's different about being in the United States, right, is that this is the thing. People aren't in a desert, and it's not the only thing that they have. I think that the difference is that, people do not have to be, they don't have to go hungry in this world. No one needs to go hungry, right? No one has to be in a position of being homeless or not having shelter or any of those. Like, that's a man-made thing. And it's sometimes what I think that people have a difficulty balancing, right, is so like having grown up in the church the way that I did, right? They are out there with the leaf blower right now, but having grown up in the church the way that I did, one of the things that I would always hear people saying is, well, God's in control and God will do this and God did that and whatever. But I think that people forget that God said two very important things, right? Is A, you have dominion over the earth, and B, you have free will. And so everything that we have created since that time has been on us 100% as human beings in this 3D world that we all live in. We could have created anything. And this is what we chose to create. And to me, that says something about us and what we choose and what we do and don't support that's been created, right? And so for me, when I think about when I think about the society that exists today and the idea that there are governors of states that rejected federal funds that would have fed children lunch during the summer while school is out, I just go, and then that governor says, "Oh, I'm a Christian," or that governor says, "I have conservative values." If that is conservative values, I have no desire to be a part of that, right? Because in what instance would God ever have you say, "No, let children go hungry this summer," rather than take federal dollars? You know what I mean? And so
I agree. And I wanted to mention that, like, there's a famous saying, it may not seem relevant, but we were discussing about the different type of brainwashing that does go on where people cannot even have sensible reasoning like that. Obviously, we should feed our children. Obviously, we should not let things go to waste, and they should be implemented the way that the people are funding it and intending it to be implemented. It shouldn't be, nothing should be wasted. But Malcolm X, he said, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And so we're seeing that, especially when you get into the concept of the military and people being sent out to go do certain tasks. Originally, when they were sent out, they thought they were going to benefit people and not harm people. And so a lot of the military have come back feeling like the reason why they went was not the reason, that they thought.
Well, that's because the government loves to lie to us.
Right. And so that goes back to the point, like, regardless of who told you, whether it's the media or some form of entertainment, tells you different narratives, you still have your internal being that God gives you a way to distinguish right from wrong. And so that's what you'll be judged on. You won't be asked about anyone else except for your own, did you at least dislike the bad things that are occurring? Even if you couldn't protest or you should have protested, the protesting is it's just a whole nother topic. I didn't mean to get on that topic, but it's fine,
Yeah.
But it's just the point, like, you should hate the bad things in your heart, minimum, And, because God gave you a heart, he gave you a heart. Even if your brain doesn't quite understand what's going on, your heart will feel for other people, because we're all connected in that sense. Like, God has given us like all feelings,
Mm-hmm.
and not just us. There's other things around us that have feelings as well. Like whether you want to say the plants or the animals or other things that we don't know about that are even in our solar system. Like even our planet that we're on, you know, like just different things could have consciousness and feelings regardless of our understanding of them.
Absolutely. Everyone in the comments, remember to be respectful. Okay. So one of the things that I talk about in this space a lot is when it comes to all faiths of all kinds, right? Whether we're talking Christianity, whether we're talking Islam, whether we're talking Taoism, Buddhism, Sikh, whatever. All right. Sounds good. Appreciate you, Alan Boy. My thing is, as long as the person is practicing their faith in a way that comes from love and is not diminishing and that faith is not being weaponized by them against someone else, then I'm good with that. You know what I mean? What I don't like is when faith is used and is weaponized against people, especially to control or to manipulate or to take away their rights. Like that's when I have an issue with how a faith is practiced. Other than that, people can have whatever faith they want to faith. It doesn't, like, to each his own, and I'm okay with that. That's where I come.
This country was supposed to be founded upon that, where there's supposed to be freedom.
Yes.
How you should, who you believe in
or don't. Right.
Because, obviously everyone has their different, I've talked about it just a little bit briefly. They have their different levels of understanding. We'll put it like that. And God knows that they have different levels of understanding. And something I didn't quite bring up is the level of mental illness that goes on. And that is something that needs to be educated about and needs to be understood about the different mental illnesses for different reasons that go on in this country. And people should be helped in the proper way, not where people are not tolerant of people just because they can't, I don't know, maybe have a home or something like that.
Yeah.
Because you did talk about the poverty, and the poverty is a huge thing. And poverty stems from that whole aspect of people getting educated at a not just a young age, but even throughout their entire lives about how to problem solve, and having that support of other people showing them there's a better way.
Yeah.
Even if you don't know of that way.
Yeah.
And it is really sad. I feel like this country, it's kind of like a yin and yang type thing.
Mm-hmm.
You could have the most amazing things happen in this country, and at the very same time, the most hideous things happening. And that's all over the world.
Yeah.
But just in general, like you said, we're not in the desert here. So we have a lot of options. We have so many options that we can't even possibly conceive of how many options that we have in this country compared to other places. And it's been going on for a very long time, but I think that's one of the biggest things. People just don't know that they have other options. Even me, I'm still learning my options here because, even though I'm from here,
mm-hmm.
I find myself very limited in being able to protect my children here.
Yeah.
And I've lived in other countries, and I have property in West Africa,
mm-hmm.
and it's different. Your children do not get harmed or assaulted at all.
Right.
So it's just but at the same time, we're not from West Africa. We're not from these countries.
Yeah.
So I almost feel like I want my children to adapt, but it's how do you protect them when they're at such crucial young ages? Just like we were talking about video games or all these different forms of education. Everyone knows these things can be in your life once you have a foundation. Once you have a foundation and you know, and you've experienced other things, then that's your choice. If you want to, like all day watch video games or movies or whatever.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to all these different points of intersection. No one's experience is going to be the same. And so I think it's just really important. Like I said, it has to do with what goes alongside with that, right? So, and not every child can handle the same things, right? So I might have a grandchild, which I do, that is the kindest, sweetest kid ever, and then plays Fortnite and whatever, and I don't have to ask this particular child about, hey, did you do your homework? Because literally, like clockwork, he does those things, right? And so I understand that with each of with each child and with each individual. I remember raising my two girls, and one of them, when they were little, dear God in heaven, she loved to push every button I had, I would say. So this is a real story about my oldest child. So she's 22 months old. She is standing at the Christmas tree, and she's smacking the bulbs, right? And so this is old because I'm over 50. I'm Gen X too, right? And so the bulb falls and cracks, and I said, hey, Brianna, listen, don't touch the bulbs on the Christmas tree, right? Don't know. What I said is, don't put your hands on the Christmas tree. This kid sat in the floor and put her foot on the bulb. And I said, do not touch the Christmas tree bulbs with your feet either. She literally looked at me. I could see the wheels turning in her head. She turned around and leaned her back into it. That is my oldest child. Okay. My youngest child, all I had to say is, don't do that. And she would, two completely different children, right? And so this is what I'm saying, is that throughout history, we have demonized everything else, right? So y'all remember when everybody thought radios were horrible. Then it was the TV, and then it was Elvis's hips, and then there's always something that human beings look outside of themselves to blame for what's happening in our society. The truth of the matter is, it's us. The truth of the matter is, it's us. And so one of the things that I talk about is when we start to talk about, God and all of those things, right? And so here's the thing. You know how we say, everybody says that love your neighbor as yourselves, right? I think that people do love their neighbor as themselves. The problem is that most people don't love themselves.
They don't. That's why I talked about the mental illness, and it is a huge root of these violent acts. These people are not understanding how to problem solve.
But I want to separate
it like that.
This is the other thing that I want to separate this, because mental illness is different than having a mental health issue, right? Mental illness is something. So for example, I would look at mental illness as being schizophrenic or having psychosis. Like that's like a deal, right? Depression, anxiety, those types of things. Obviously, they are conditions that can be treated, and they are also a lot of times there's causes of them, right? And so when I look at self-love, to me, self-love it can cause a lack of self-love can cause mental health conditions. But I don't think that I think that one of the things, so even growing up in church, I think back now to things that I learned, right? So think about like this, because I do believe that words matter, which is what she said earlier. And I can't think of her name that was on the panel, but so when she was talking about words matter. So I want you all to just go with me for a minute. And I want you to think about the words to Amazing Grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Constantly in church, the way that I was brought up, we are told, what are we? We're a sinner saved by grace. But what are you though? You're a sinner. We are taught that we are nothing without God, right? And one of the things that I pay attention to now is to think about that rhetoric being embedded in so many of our children. Hey, Raja, for a long time. And then it becomes no surprise that people have a lack of self-worth. We're literally told we're nothing. We're literally told we're nothing. We're wretches. We're sinful.
At a very young age. And our parents.
Yes, Scotty, and damned for our mistakes.
Any better. Our parents didn't know better. Our parents, whether you go all the way down the line.
Yep.
But the point is, God still has his grace. He has his mercy. He has his power over us. He created us for a very, very big purpose.
So let me ask really quick for my folks that are here, my regular folks, are we able to do a Pally panel today? And if we're not, just let me know and we can do one tomorrow. But if we can do one, let me know. Yeah, a lot of people did very well without church. Correct. 100%. Agreed. Let me know in the chat if we can do a Pally panel today, or if we need to do it tomorrow. Just put in the chat today, tomorrow, which you can. Anybody else? Yes. You're good today or tomorrow? Okay. So for those of you guys who don't know what I mean when I talk about a Pally panel, no worries, Kat. Okay, Carla. So we have some of our folks that we know that are in Gaza. And so when we bring them up to the panel, folks are able to give TikTok gifts, and they're able to take the coins from TikTok and convert them into crypto and use that to buy food and water and things like that. There are also direct links in my link tree as well. But we got a couple of folks that I just saw that came in that I'm trying to scroll through the folks that are up here.
Hella, Dani.
Hella, Raja.
Miss you, Dani. Miss you.
Miss you, Raja. Keep Alec. No worries, Lisa.
How are you, Dani?
I'm good, Raja. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Good. Let me see. There's my friend. So it's 8 p.m. you guys there. And so he's got the flashlight turned on because there's no electricity and they are in the tent. So just letting you know. So these are our friends. And if you do not have TikTok coins and the ability to do anything, then but you can do it through the links, then do that in my link tree, or just tap and share. That helps. Right now, thank you, Chris. Right now, what helps this live is if you continue to comment like normal, and if you continue to share. That is what helps the live. So the two boxes that are in the middle, those are our friends that are in Gaza. That is Raja and that is Noor. They are both members of Palestinian Press. I don't know if you guys know just how rough things are in Gaza. I was holding my breath last week because Israel was bombing Khan Yunis, and that is where my friend is. And I was holding my breath because I need my friend to be okay. So yeah, little rough time, that's for sure. So yeah, I appreciate you all that are that are gifting. Raja's got 3 kiddos. He's got a daughter that graduated from high school, and he's got a toddler. What is the goal? I don't know. So I don't have anybody else that's requesting, Carla. So hey Noor, I see you working. Yeah, so he's a Palestinian journalist.
Give to them. Give to me.
The top box is our friend Natasha. She's in the UK. It's the two middle boxes.
Don't give me.
Yeah.
Hello, Nat. How are you, Nat? Hello.
Natasha, yeah. So I would say like maybe 2 or 3K, Carla, yeah, I think. The only other person I've got on is Miriam right now. So yeah. So listen, for those of y'all who do not know, it is still happening. There is no ceasefire in Gaza. And it's just really important for people to understand that. The day-to-day life is a struggle to find clean water. It's a struggle to get food. It's a struggle. It was a celebration when they could get fruit again. It was a celebration when they had eggs for the first time in 2 years. It was, I don't know how you listened to the speech, Shantae. Shantae, how did you listen to the speech? In what world? Girl, no. I could not. And so the top box is also Gaza.
Dani,
Yes.
where's Red, Dani? Where's Red?
Where is Red? I don't know. Red, where are you? Let me see if I see it. Is Red Hot in here? Is Red Hot in here today?
Where's Red?
Let me see.
Miss you, Dani. Wallah. Miss you, everyone.
Miss you, Raja. Oh.
Everyone miss you. Best family. Best family.
Yeah. These are our friends. Yeah. Hey, Noor. How are you, friend?
Habibi, Dani.
Habibi. Into Galbi, Raja. Yeah, no worries.
حبيبنا ابو العبد ان شاء الله بنشوف
الله يسعدك حبيبي يا
باحسن
نور.
الاحوال. ثانك يو والله يعني مستر داني، كل الاحترام والتقدير لك على جهدك الطيب معنا. يعني I am not speak English
He does.
but يعني ان شاء الله
I love that they are getting gum and hats.
Wasim speak English. Wasim speak good English. Wasim.
Hey, Jeff Kennedy. He is learning English, that's for sure. He's doing pretty good. That is for sure. Yeah. So bubblegum lips. Yeah. So for the person who said Raja has a pretty smile, he does. He has a great smile. Mohammed OS has a beautiful smile. Thank you, Witch. Alaikum salam, Nahad. And so does Bilal. I haven't seen Bilal today either, but yeah, you summoned Red Hot. Okay, I'll keep Raja up here and wait for her to get here. So for those of you guys who do not know, this is our Palestinian family, and we love them a tremendous amount. Into Galilee, Gaza, into Galilee, Palestine, right? Yeah, into Gelbo, Raja. These are our friends, and it's incredible. The way they smile in the midst of all of this is just absolutely astounding, right?
Your best smile.
You have best smile. We love Raja. We do. Yeah, Habibi. So yeah, Kat, it's okay. So let me tell you something. So Kat just said something on Facebook, and I want to tell this to you all. Kat said, I wish I had something to give. Understand this. I believe with every fiber of my being that if you desire in your heart to give and you don't have the finances, someone else that does have the finances will step in and meet that need. Listen, money is just energy. Money is energy. So I want you to just think about setting your intention and sending it their way. Even if you aren't the person that provides the finances, somebody else will, right? It will come from somewhere. Look at that little one. Look at him smiling. Oh my gosh. They're so beautiful. Where's Red? Did Red make it in here? Red, where are you at?
No hair. No hair, no hair.
Yes. So that's Raja and one of his little boys.
I
can go back. Dani, I can go back down so that you can bring other stuff. But this is like fundraising. I just wanted people to just to be on point as far as midterms are concerned.
Yes, ma'am.
The apathy is real.
It is.
And so that's all I wanted to say. These people need your time and resources. I just came up here, and if I'm gonna figure out a way to give them back the 300 coins.
Girl, please, you're fine.
To me.
Girl, you're fine.
Okay.
You are fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries about that. Yeah, but and I'll be back tomorrow. I've been on a long time today. So but I'll be back on tomorrow and we'll be going into midterms. Have you registered for Project for the People?
Yes, but I wasn't able to get I finally did that. Sandy, thank you, Sandy. But I can't get into your Discord.
Okay.
I've been trying for months.
So either Sandy or Cam can help you get into Discord. Okay. Just message one of them.
I sent the link just now.
Okay.
I was able to get into the project, but the link went open for me.
They can help you get. So listen, if you click the link, sometimes you have to copy the link and put it into a separate browser.
I didn't do that, so I'll do that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to copy the link and put it into a separate browser. Yeah. So.
Okay. I'll get and support these beautiful people.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Alaikum salam, sis. So Sandy, you got to tell me who and how. You got to tell me who and how. So I need to say this to all of the Danikins. I need to say this to all of the Danikins. Listen to me. If you are contacted outside of my live, do not if it's not a link that is in my link tree, do not. Okay? Hearts can be too big, people. Okay? So Shantae, that's what they just let me know is a couple of them, they got. Shantae. A couple of them got. And that's why I'm like, don't do that. If it's not in here, I need you to not do it. And if you have a question, ask first. Yeah, Shantae, because what happens is, especially if they're a mod, then they get bombarded with messages. Alaikum salam, Allah shak shak. So they get bombarded with messages directly. And yeah, I need them to not contact them directly. Yeah. So if that's happening, y'all, do not do anything directly. Yeah, just ignore the messages and keep moving. You just have to. Okay, folks? Because unfortunately there are. So listen, the things that I know about, so like everybody that's up here right now has been vouched for, right? Everybody. So I know Raja and his 3 kids, and I know Noor and his kids. And so like Allah Shak Shak is sick. He has a heart condition and he needs to get out of Gaza, right? But here he still is because of everything. And so I can vouch for all of them. I know that Nahad has been vouched for. She's a widow. Her husband was martyred. Yeah, baby. And so it's just important. You ignore the messages. And it's not heartless to ignore the messages. I need you all to understand that. It is not. Okay, guys? Yeah, I got you. You're being so silly, girl. Here, baby. Okay. All right. I don't know where Red is. Mila, come here. Raja wants to say hi. Come here, Mimi. Hurry up real quick while he's got time. Here. Say hi, Raja. That's
Hi.
Raja.
Hi, Mila. Love you. Love you.
Say love you.
How are you, Mila?
Put your drink
Love
down.
you so much, Mala.
Look, tell him. Look,
Love
put that down
you.
for a second. I want you to
Mila,
say, look,
Dani,
say into Galabi.
Habibi.
Say into
أنت حبيبي.
Habibi.
والله.
All right, tell him bye.
Love you. Beautiful. So beautiful.
He knew exactly which one it was too. Shukran. Allah shak shak shukran. Yeah, folks, I do want you all to just know, hey, Kat. Oh, it almost got me moving around again. Yeah, it's been a while. Things here are, Wadmi, you can help me with this part because I know you can translate for me.
Just a minute. Hey, Dani.
I'm good. How are you? How's your voice today? I know your throat hurts sometimes. You have problems. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I sweat blood daily, alhamdulillah, after I wake up.
Okay.
كيف حالك يا وعد؟
كيف حالكم يا جماعة؟
أهلين يا وعد.
يسعدك وعد. الله يسعدك.
الله يسلمكم يا رب.
I
Dani, what do you want?
get concerned about you because things are escalating in the West Bank. And so I've been concerned about you. But yeah, so what I want to let them know is that some of the folks that we have, we don't have like as much as we normally had. Some of my folks actually got scammed by some folks pretending to be in Gaza. So just let them know that's why it took us a couple of days to get back up, in terms of like the TikTok gifting. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Mo. Mo said, yeah, that happens. Okay. So Raja said, what? So yeah. Yeah. So do you know what I'm talking about? So like, so people in my community were contacted directly, and they asked people like directly for assistance, and turned out to not be. They got money taken. That, you know what I mean? So, and I told them don't do that anymore. If people contact them directly, don't do it anymore.
يا جماعة لهم فترة في ناس متواصلين معهم، نصبين عليهم، حاكين لهم انهم غزة ومعطينهم مصاري، فمشان هيك ما كانت تعمل بثات من قبل تطلع ناس، لأنه انقصب عليهم. يعني في ناس كانت تبعت لهم على الخاص وكانوا يبعتوا لهم مصاري، هي المشكلة. مشان هيك ما كانت تطلع بث وتطلع الناس، يعني ما كانت.
وعد خبريها انه لازم يكون مع حد معين انه يعرف موقع الناس هذه، هل انهم موجودين في غزه ولا لا، لانه ببين عن طريق الموقع، عن طريق الموقع ببين.
زي ما فحصتنا المره هذيك يا وعد وحكيت.
فاهمين هذا الكلام، انه لازم يكون حدا مختص يعرف الموقع اللي بيحكي منه هذا. وفي قصه القستات يا وعد، انه يفتح كاميرا ببين، مفتح كاميرا خيمه عادي، حقهم الطبيعي يعني.
لا هم بعتين لهم على الخاص وحكينا لهم هيك هم بعتين لهم مصاري بشكل مباشر يعني. لا
وصل رساله لداني،
مشان هيك
وصل رساله لداني، وانا حبعت لها على الخاص انه ما تتعاملش
yes which he is.
بدها تعطي حدا او تدي جيفت عن طريق التيك توك، بتعرف مكانه وموقعه وبتكافئه. ما تستخدم الرسائل الخاصة. هذه نصيحتي إلها، وأنا بكلمها إن شاء الله. خبريها رجا بكلمك.
Okay, Raja said you need to have a trusted person. So you have by that person you can check the people if they are in Gaza or they are honest. Then you can donate them.
Yeah.
Do not accept the message, guys, in private. Do not respond their message ever.
Yeah,
if you want to know, they can open camera and you can check their IP.
Yeah.
And you have to, you need to have a trusted person. He knows
Yeah.
the other, that they are from Gaza or from another country. So after that, you will not, inshallah, with scammers.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Shukran. I could tell. I knew what he was saying without even the translation. It's so funny. Isn't it wild how I don't even have to know Arabic, but I saw him get upset and I knew exactly what he was saying. And I was like, okay, I know what he's saying. Yeah.
هي مش محتاجة مترجم عليك لأنه هي بتفهم عليك العربي، حتى لو هي مش فاهمة ما تعرف عربي، بس هي بتفهم عليك لما أنت تكون منزعج أو منرفز من شيء، هي بتكون فاهمة.
It is. It's very good.
I love you, Allah. I love you so much.
Well, I love you, Raja. Yeah, I heard him. I was like, ooh. I said, he's not happy right now. Soha.
وسيم أنا مبسوط وسيم.
بغير الموقع انهم من غزة وبطلعوا على اساس انهم من غزة وموقعهم غزة فعلا، بس هم مش من غزة. وكمان الموقع بتاع
they use VPN to change their IP to Gaza.
قصة الموقع ممكن يغيروا فيها ولكن
So they're upset because there are some people that are pretending to be in Gaza and they are fake, like they've even created some of their accounts trying to pretend to be them to try to take money that we would normally give to help them, which is just crazy. But yeah, so it's wild that people would be that kind of way. Yeah, they are, Kat. I know. So like literally on my panel right now, Allah Shak Noor, Raja, they were all oppressed. Bilal is too. So is Muhammad OS. Allah Shak has a really horrible heart condition and needs treatment.
Don't reply to their message ever. Anybody message you, don't reply.
Yeah, don't reply to the messages. You guys, I'm serious. Do not. The location can be faked using VPN apps. Do not reply to direct messages. All of my Danikins, do not reply to direct messages. Because I don't. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't. Unless I know them, I don't. So I need for you all to not do that. I know you have big hearts, but do not do that. I mean it. Yeah.
كل غزة فيها، يعني بتقدر من خلالها كل اللي يطلعوا معنا أو اللي طلعوا من قبل.
She's mailing me a ration box.
بيكونوا استخدموها مش موجودة عندهم يا سهى.
ماشي بس الغالب يعني في أي شيء مش شرط هاي الكابونة، في كابونة تانية، هذه كل غزة أخذتها، مين ضل بغزة ما أخذهاش؟
صحيح
موجودة يعني.
أنا ما قلتش ما أخذوهاش بس ممكن كرتونة مش
Yes.
You see this? Open your box. روحي بالصندوق. افتح الكاميرا شوي بس. افتح الكاميرا شوي سهى معلش. يا فرجيها هاي. افتح الكاميرا سهى.
Can you read my message?
Yes, I did.
People can open their camera on this box.
Yes.
They are from Gaza because this box, the people from Gaza got it.
Okay, I got it.
The person that have this box is Gaza.
Okay, I got it. Shukran, Soha, shukran. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay.
السلام عليكم.
Alaikum salam, Mo.
ممكن اللي هي ممكن تكون عارفاهم يكون المشرفين ضايفينهم عشان يتاكدوا ان هم المجموعه هذه.
It's really important, folks, for you guys to keep commenting in the chat and keep sharing the live.
ناس بعتين لهم رسائل وفكرينهم انهم محتاجين وضعهم هيك فانتصب عليهم. مشان هيك هي مش مطلعه الناس لها فتره على البث عندها، لانه المجتمع اللي عندها او الناس اللي عندها اللي بتهدي مصاريهم بعتوهم بشكل مباشر للناس اللي بعثت لهم رسائل.
Yeah, so I know a lot is happening. Mo, when you guys were here, Alaikum salam, Mohammed. A couple of days ago when I was live and I had put up Poly Panel at 1, and at 1 I checked the thing and nobody was in there. Nobody was there, Mo. We were like, I don't know where everybody's at, but I don't know if you guys left and like couldn't come back. It was also a day when there was a lot of the bombing going on in Khan Yunis. So I don't know. We almost hit 1K in the room today. I saw a few creators in here. That's awesome, Carla. Yeah, we did get close to 1K.
The Al-Wahda street in Gaza, and there are many people alive, especially from women and children.
Yeah. Yeah. So hold on 1 second. I need to check something that just came across my thing. Because if this is true, I would be super happy. Okay. No. No, it's not so. It's okay.
عشان نختصر الحديث تتعامل بثلاث نقاط أساسية. النقطة الأولى ما تتعاملش بالخاص، أي حد يتواصل معها خاص ما تتعاملش فيه. النقطة الثانية اللي بده يطلع معها على البث على اللايف يفتح كام لمدة ثواني يوريها المكان اللي هو فيه. وثالث شغلة الموقع. هاي الثلاث شغلات اللي تفهمها. بدها تهدي أي حدا جيفت عن طريق اللايف، عن طريق النقاط 3K 4K اللي هم بدهم إياه. وتمام وشكرا لهم وربنا يجبر خاطر الجميع.
I think Raja is telling everybody to.
بيحكوش على الجفتات، بيحكوا على باعتين سيوله لناس تتنصب عليهم.
أنا بحكي أنا بحكي ما يتعاملوش في السيولات، ما بيتعاملوش. بدك أنا أهديك تعال على اللايف عندي من الموقع، هذه نقطة ويفتح الكام.
Yeah, he's upset.
صح، نحكي بالطريقة هذه. في ناس بتقول لك لا أنا بدي أتعامل على أرض الواقع، ما بينفعش تحكي بالكلام هذا. صح يا واحد
حينتصب عليهم ويقعدوا في المشكلة.
So let me tell you all the boxes for the people that are asking. So all the boxes with their cameras on, they are in Gaza, and then Wadmi and Soha are also in Palestine. Wadmi is in the West Bank, which you know is they are increasingly attacking the West Bank. Big W, Marine. So I appreciate you for helping out. If I were guessing, Mo and Wadmi, you can tell me if I'm right, but if I were guessing, I think that Raja just told everybody that they need to, if we gift, then they just say thank you for the gifts. Don't be messaging directly. Don't ask them for other money. Like if I was guessing, that's what he said.
حزرت شو حكيت بالعربي فاهمة؟ حزرت شو حكيت بالعربي فاهمة؟
I know what he said. He said you tell him thank you and that's it.
You have to deal with that. Do not.
Very good, Dani.
The people that you fill up them at your panel, they have to open camera for 3 seconds at least.
Right, but
first point is you can check the IB, their IB.
Got it. Yeah. So Butter's house, you're correct.
سكفولة علاء مو محمد. سكفولة داني.
Yeah, the smile confirmed it and the clapping. Yeah. I was like, so if I'm guessing, yeah, if you all could have seen Raja's face, he looked real serious, like he was scolding. And then I saw him do this and I saw him say gift. And then he said, you shukran? Yeah. Like that's it. You say thank you and that's it. And you don't that's what I got.
So the thing, because Linda asked me to translate what Raja was saying, that in short way it's 3 points. First one is no DMing, like no direct messaging.
Yep.
شو باقي النقاط يا رجل? Second one is waiting for it. شو كمان يا رجل؟ كاميرا.
على اللايف على البانل بيعرفوا موقعه عن طريق حدا عندهم يكون مختص في الموقع. وشغلة الثالثة يفتح الكام لمدة 5 ثواني يعني مش أكتر. على المنطقة اللي حواليه مش ضروري على وجهه إذا بدوش.
حتى الناس اللي
المنطقة اللي حواليه أو زي ما قالت واحد عن طريق البوكس الطرد الغذائي.
The ration box.
Yeah, and then you can verify by using the 8 box or maybe opening for a 10 for example showing the city outside. بس رجعوا قلنا موضوع الموقع هذا ممكن يطلع فيه في الفي بي ان فكنسل النقطة هذه خليهم نقطتين وخلص. So I told them that the location point can be scammed using the VPN apps. So
Yeah.
it's 2 points, not 3.
2 points. I got it. Yeah. So
حتى الناس اللي معانا يعني من قبل بيطلعوا معانا واللي بيطلعوا معانا من زمان هم طالعين وموثقين بالنسبة لها عن طريق الموقع هم توثقوا يعني لازم من أول وجديد يعيدوا فتح الكاميرا للتأكيد يعني أنا بعرف في ناس بيطلعوا معنا وهم مش من غزة بس موقعهم غزة هم مش في غزة بس موقعهم غزة.
طيب تقدر ممكن بعد اللايف نحكي عن هذول لأنه بدناش نقعد نعمل اتهامات وإيش برضه بنتأكد إحنا.
أنا بس بحكي إنه يتأكد أنا ما بحط اتهامات بس إنه
يتأكد. 100%.
هو مش غلط إن الكل يكشف وين موقع.
She does, Sin.
حتى لو Hi Dani.
Hey Shantae.
Salam alaikum.
Oh, I love it when we get to see everybody.
Dani, I think the best way is to just do how you do.
Yeah.
And support the ones that you know.
Appreciate you, Butter's house.
We all get duped, you know. Even when they open camera, we've gotten duped before.
Yep.
Hysteria looks like.
There's so many of them that look like yes.
Yes, Soha, it's me. Yes, Soha, it's me.
Yeah.
I haven't been around for a while, so.
Yeah. 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 Look, Shantae, Raja.
Zip looks like God and you in some parts, so
Yeah.
I mean the box is kind of if they don't hand it out in certain places, then
right.
Yeah, that would probably be but I would just stick with the.
It's why I pretty much stick with the ones that I know. And then if somebody that's up here knows somebody that's requesting, then I bring them up as well. And so that's typically what we do. So let me just tell you, Shantae, when Raja did this shit right here, I said, he looked like he about to whip somebody's ass.
Okay, so like when I used to go on panels and stuff, especially Abu Siraj, there was someone with Raja's account.
Yes.
I actually messaged him directly and I said, this isn't your new account, is it?
Oh.
He came. Yeah, I do that all the time. I go directly to, you know, who I know.
Yeah.
And I've caught so many different journalists, so many different people. It's ridiculous. Soha had one.
Yeah, I remember Soha had one.
Like everyone has had one. They see people who get like a bunch of support.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, easy, quick money.
Yeah, I remember when Raja had one. He came in to tell me. He said, Dani. He said, if you Raja come, he said, you ask to turn on camera. They don't turn on camera. They know Raja. But see, I also know when Raja comes in, I know how he's going to talk to me. He's going to immediately say, hello, Dani.
Didn't I tell you that before?
Yeah. Oh, look, Bilal's here. And so is Mohammed OS. Wait a minute. Okay, so listen. So Shantae, I want to let all my dudes come and turn their cameras on. So hold on. I'm excited to have, because I get to keep all their faces right here. So hold on. What am I going to do? What have I got to do? What have I got to do? Okay, we're going to see what happens. It's okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm excited because, and we'll bring some other people up too, I promise. But I just got to do all my folks.
Do you remember last time of the
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, Muhammad. I don't know if you
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Steve, hi Steve.
يعطيكم ألف عافية.
So now watch. Look, there's Muhammad and watch. Here comes Bilal. Let me see if I get Bilal's camera on too. Yeah. Y'all, these are the days that I'm like the happiest. Kat, I might be able to ask them. Yes. Yes, I might be able to ask them. Oh my God, I'm on a call, but hold on one second.
سلام محمد هلا بلال سلامات الله يسلمك الله عليك سلامات سلامات جميعا عن شباب
Okay.
سلامات يا ضعيف
والله الحمد لله نحمد الله الحمد لله بخير
الله يحفظ لك اياهم يا رب.
الله يرضى عليكم الله يسعدكم.
Give me a second, guys. Okay. So there we go. Look at all my faces.
عندها الكاميرا بتطلع وتنزل.
So this is when I get the happiest because I have Raja and Allah Shak Shak and Mo and Bilal and Mohammed and another Mohammed, right? 3 Mohammeds actually on the page, but they all have their camera on, so I get to see all of them. This is what makes my heart happy. So the first 3 that I met was Mohammed OS, Bilal, and Raja. Those were the first 3 that I met. And so since then, Muhammad OS has had twins that are beautiful. And then, of course, he's got a toddler. And then Bilal has 4. And then Raja has 3. And Allah Shak Shak, he has kids and grandkids. And then Mo has a sister who is Amal. And so, but she's not in here today. He has another sister too. And then Wadmi is in the West Bank. And I know Soha. And then Mohammed, I just met through all of them. So, but this is when I get happy because I can see all of their faces. I screenshot you guys every time all of you all are on camera. I screenshot so I have it. So I save it. Hold on. Yeah, you can see me, Shantae. Yeah, I screenshot when I have all your faces.
That's why we love you. Like, we can come back after like a month or 2 and you'll still remember us and every single detail we have I told you about.
Yeah, so you're 90.2. 90.3. Yeah, I just remember that I remember Raja's daughter made a 94 on her test. Oh, look, Raja screenshotted too. Yay. I love it.
I can't remember what I had before 2 minutes.
Yeah. No, like my mom asks me about you guys, like my grandbabies know who you all are. And sometimes like when we have conversations, I'll say to the girls, hey, so you remember my friend that's in Gaza? And then we'll talk about like what's happening, you know what I mean? And so I've shown them pictures of what's happened over there. And so like my grandsons ask me questions about Israel and why would they do this and why would that happen? And so, you know, what I love about that is this is a whole new generation that is going to grow up already knowing the truth. And so, you know, it's important. So
هي بتفكر حكوماتها عن الوضع بفلسطين وبتفهمهم الامور كعادة فهم عندهم علم فيكم بالوضع الحالي. Okay, يا داني.
Yeah. So I got to FaceTime with Mohammed OS and his father. We were on WhatsApp and he FaceTimed. So I got to talk to him, his father, and his mother. His mother brought coffee. And so his dad was talking to me, Mohammed OS's dad, before everything, the last 2.5 years, his dad worked in a hotel. And so his dad, you know, he said he worked in a hotel, he cleaned the things. He said, and now he said, there's no work anymore. His dad is only a couple of years older than I am. But here's what's crazy. So Mohammed OS has a little brother. And so his brother is almost the same age as his son, Osama. So his son, Osama, is an uncle, but he's like younger than he's younger than Mohammed's brother. And so his father was saying, his father said that they were going to the hospital around the same time because they both had wives that were pregnant, and he was like crazy. It was really funny. If you could have heard them telling their stories, and Mohammed was like, "Oh yeah," he was like, "This is my brother," and so yeah, so I met his little brother and his mom and all that. I've met his sister too. So yeah, it was good.
He said you exposed him.
Yeah.
Thank you. والله you know the similar between Muhammad Osama and his father. والله thank you.
Oh yeah, it was so fun. I was so excited, Bilal, after that when we talked, because it was just like, I don't know, I was excited because I don't get to do it all the time. And he called me the other day, but when he called me, he had his wife and the babies. But what was I doing? I was in a meeting. I was somewhere, and so I couldn't answer the phone, and so I didn't get to see the twins. But we'll have to set it up to where we can get to do it so I can see the babies. So yeah. Look, they were like, listen, this happens back home all the time where the aunts and uncles are younger than the other ones. It does. Yeah. Happens all the time. So yeah, we love that. Okay. So I hate it, but I'm gonna
You Dani.
love you, Muhammad OS.
I love you.
Do we have, okay, so here's what I need to do. I need to rotate, but what I'm going to do is, if I can make sure, I'm going to leave Mohammed OS and Bilal up because they just over a K. And then Raja and Allah Shak Shak and Wadmi, I'm going to rotate. And Soha, I'm going to rotate you out so I can bring some other folks up. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead. اتهندزنا يا جماعة أنا ورجا وعلاء وسهى.
Mm.
Okay, Dani, see you. Love
Okay.
you.
Love
Bye-bye,
you.
guys.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Dani. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
So much.
What's up, Dani?
Yes, I will. I will.
See you.
I will. I will.
Salam.
Salam. You know
مع
what?
السلامة يا أشوفكم على خير.
What's so crazy is sometimes I'll get emotional, and it's not that I'm emotional because I'm sad. It's I'm emotional because you all are family for me, right? So like I love you all. And so like I'm very, very grateful. Yes, I'm extremely passionate about them. Because we love you and we want you to be amazing and happy and joyful and all of those things. And so sometimes when I get emotional, I'm just grateful to see you. I'm so happy when I see you.
Well, all the time we've been happy because we with you every time.
Yeah, I'm
Not
very
sometimes,
happy.
every time.
Very happy when we get to see you guys.
Well, I am as happy and speak Dani. I am as happy today and speak as Dani.
Voila. Yeah, 100%. Love you guys. Man, if you all could, I wish that you guys over here could get to really see them. Hey Mo, if I sent like a Google Meet link, you know how you guys are able to get on TikTok, right? Or if I did like a group WhatsApp call, do you think that would work? How many I could do that? Okay, because I've got people. I've got people over here that are like, can they get on a Google Meet with us? Can they do this with us? And yeah, Kat, it is. It's good tears.
We can do either. We can do a WhatsApp. We can go a Google Meet.
Okay.
There's an app called I think the Google Meet or something. We used to use it for school and stuff.
Or
Telegram.
Telegram.
We can use WhatsApp.
Okay.
And it can work either ways.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah. Just tell me when you want. I can gather the numbers and stuff, and then we can talk about a time that's good for everyone.
For everyone.
And we can set this up. Yeah.
Okay. That will be awesome. That will be amazing. I'm thinking now in my head, I've got some people that I would love to come. So like, I have a really good friend of mine, and she's helped out sometimes in a big way, like with direct links when some folks needed support, like when we were trying to get,
for example.
Yeah, and when we needed to get Mohammed OS like out of the north because they were coming. And so I would love to be able to let more people meet you all and get to know you all and that sort of thing. I think it would be amazing. I really do. So yeah, we'll have to do that. Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember, but 2 lives ago I was telling you in the end of the live that there is two people actually I wanted to introduce the next live.
Okay.
The next live is here now.
Okay.
So one of them isn't here, but the other one is.
Okay.
The name is Anas. He's actually my brother, but we didn't get the chance to bring him in here. He's now here.
Okay.
We can bring him up, maybe like have a chit chat.
Okay.
He's next to me. The name is Anas. He's putting a W Dani with a big letters.
Okay, let me see. Whoop. Okay, the gifts are getting in the way. I got him.
Yeah, cause he's next to me. We don't want like wait, I'm gonna go on mute and he can talk.
Okay.
Wait, he's coming next to me. Wait. Because we don't want to have an echo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
تفضل يا سامي.
في واحدة اسمها ضي غزة معبود وثقتها أموني عند داني وطلعت 2 أو 3. هي منفصلة ومعها 5 أطفال، فبتكتب لي على الخاص احكي لهم لأنهم بيرفضوا طلبها. أموني وثقتها هنا عند داني وطلعتها.
Thinking.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
I'm good. Alaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. All W guys, thank you. Allah appreciate it. Bring me up today.
Oh yeah, it's good to see you. Aww.
Good to see you too. Allah, thank you very much.
Mo and Mo's
I just came here, but you don't need me, guys. So I tell Muhammad to talk about me to know me.
Yeah.
I hear
Assalamu alaikum.
your conversation with people, and I like it so much.
Thank you. I'm really grateful. So it's good. So now I'll know because I've.
تمام ان شاء الله يا مسام. الان بخليك تحكي تاني بس نخلص من انس وبحكي لها ان شاء الله.
W guys, for all of you, Allah appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I've seen your profile and I didn't know you were Mo's brother, so now I can make the connection. I got it. Okay, that's perfect. I love that. Yeah, look at you guys.
Wait, Dani, are you seeing any similarities? Some say we don't look alike.
No, I think you do. I think you have some similarities. Yeah, some similarities. 100%. My friend Bilal. Maybe the goatee. That might be what it is. My friend Bilal looks tired.
Yeah.
My friend Bilal, right there.
Yeah, he looks.
You look tired. You look tired, friend.
Just I am excited, but I'm working. Allah.
Okay. I watch his face a little bit because,
Wait, actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. Speaking about all the journalists, I don't know if they covered this today or not, but we had a huge massacre happening in the middle of Gaza in Magadi.
Okay.
حكيتوا لها عنها ولا بتحبوا تحكوا يا اخوان؟
Hold on one second. Yeah.
صار في المغادي اليوم. Yeah, go ahead, Dani.
Okay. Hold on.
الله يسعدك الترجمة لأنه بتشير لي على الخاص إلها فترة وهي يعني منفصلة عندها 5 أولاد وجوزها أصلا مفقود.
Okay. I can ask you.
طلعتها أموني موثقة من عند أبو السراج وعند الكل.
شو اسمها يا مساء؟
ضي غزة أم عبودي.
طيب إنجليش ولا بالعربي أم عبودي؟
أم عبودي بالإنجليش.
طيب ماشي حاضر. أنا ببعث لها الاسم بس هي تحكي عنها. سوداني أم سامي.
هي بتطلع بتنزل دانا.
Now you have to push yes when it comes up. Hold on.
Yeah, you see her, Imani? Yeah, Imani sees her. خلاص أم سامي. إماني هي بتعرف عن كل شيء. She knows. هي بتعرف. فعندها الموضوع إن شاء الله. إخوانا الصحفية حكيتوا لدانا عن اللي صار اليوم في المغازي ولا؟
لا لسه
I don't know.
لسه حكيت لها أول البات بس مش عارف إذا هي كانت جايبة ولا لا.
Yeah.
So
Mo, they're asking for you on Facebook. They're asking if you can repeat what you said was coming.
What did I say with that coming?
I don't know.
So I was saying that today in المغازي
ومنه بترجم لهم مباشر. احنا عارفين اللي صار. خلى محمد بلال يحكي ويترجم اللي صار مباشر.
تمام. انا كنت في
عشان هو صح. يلا.
تمام. Bilal's gonna say in Arabic and I'm gonna translate.
Okay.
Because he knows more details than me.
Okay.
تفضل يا بلال.
اللي صار بالمغازي بالتحديد يعني الاخبار الفتره هو خلينا نحكي عن المغازي اللي صار بالمغازي اليوم بنحكي بالاخبار اذا بدكم تحكوا بالاخبار
ماشي انت ترجم على طول يا محمد ترجم على طول
والله ما عندي قدره
ترجم على طول للاجانب احنا عارفين.
So the thing is that we all know about those traitors that we have. Hey Wasim, salam.
Hi Wasim.
Hello Dani.
Hey Hussein.
Hello everyone.
Hello Wasim. Hello Hussein.
داني وهلا جماعه السلام عليكم وسيم جميعا.
We got Wasim.
وسيم very miss you داني والله وسيم very miss you داني انت قلبي.
انت قلبي وسيم. انت قلبي.
look داني look ميكروفون look.
What happened?
Welcome my friend. Welcome. والله وسيم very miss you والله. وسيم داني how are you? داني هلا داني داني no see comment وسيم very sad وسيم ده go and وسيم coming داني the live no see comment وسيم go وسيم coming though. Understand داني understand.
I understand. Yes, I understand. Walla. Yes. Oops.
Alina, very nice friends, very nice. Bullying, very nice. Sandy, very nice. Eric, wallah. And مين كمان يا ابو طيب كلهم والله very nice. Bullying, I love you. Dani, tomorrow next week, please, one day coming the live anyway.
Yes.
Please, Dani.
Yes. Yeah. Just
please,
send it. Just yes. Wallah. Yes. Inshallah.
Yesterday was him looking Dani live.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, I wasn't live. I was working and I had the kids.
داني موديتيتر صحي محمد موديتيتر ولا ايش اسمها؟
اللي بدك اياه بس بدك اياه وخلاص واصل.
ايش اسمها يعني موديتيتر؟
مودريتور.
Moderator.
هي هذا.
موديتيتر وسيم.
So funny. I love it.
How are you, Mama Mona? How are you, Mama Mona? How are you, Mama Mona?
Yeah, she is good. She is good. Alhamdulillah. She is good. Yes.
Alhamdulillah. Lisa, how are you, Lisa? How are you, my friend? The group.
Girl, Shante, this is how he be all the time. Shante, Wasim be wide open every time.
Look, Raji, happy.
Yes, happy. Hi, Sammy. Hi. Okay, so guys, I'm going to cut you guys off now. I'm going to finish this up before I go for the day, okay? I love you all, and I appreciate you being with me all this time. Kat, when we organize the Google Meet, I will let you know for sure, okay? Appreciate you guys. Okay.